1, 2, 1, 2.
7 minutes to start for the fourth final beat touring class. The track will be open 5 minutes to start. Okay, track is open. Attention, car number 2 and car number 3, you have a stop and go, you have engine change. Don't forget, you have a 4 laps to get the penalty. Car number 2 and car number 3.
Io dice mandatemene una alla volta.
Good morning, buongiorno, bom dia. Hello to everyone from Brazil to Sweden, who are in the chat already and have been waiting to see what happens during this finals day here in Fiorano, Italy, for the EFRA Large-Scale On-Road European Championships 2022. So welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us here. We are EFRA RC Motorsport Europe, and got the control team in the tower and on the driver's stand as we're seeing the first final of the day get started. And drivers are getting instructions about impending stop and go penalties that are going to happen for a couple of racers in this one quarterfinals B finals. Make it sound a bit better, I think. And those stop and go penalties are because they've changed their engine. Racers are intended to use one engine for all of qualifying and the finals. So those drivers will come in during the race. And in this one, we've got Stefan Strasser, Rick Vanderboel, Marco Harleman, Jan Rathieski, Sven Rodewald, Adam Westholm, Michael Weiser, Nuno Pinto, Sammy Pajalan, and Neil Lebescond.
30 seconds to start.
So they are on their formation lap right now. I'm going to attempt to get a better view. There's a nice little interview on the Instagram account for EFRA, EFRA.ws Instagram, with young Neo, who's starting from the 10th position. Hopefully we'll be able to get him on screen, but we are going to concentrate on the top three or four racers in this one. And in less than 10 seconds already, we are starting the B finals right now. And they're off in number order so far. No major mistakes. Oh, we got a little bit of a turnaround, a couple of cars coming together, but that's just at the back of the grid. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 all in a row. Freight training around the track, around the last corner. Down the main straight they go. And in order, it is Stefan, Rick, Marco, and Jan is your top four. And the drivers that need to do their stop and go are already being told by Javier, our race referee, as the number 2 car of Rick Vanderboel gets a little squirrely in the braking in the first hairpin. So we're going to be showing the battle for, let's follow these 3rd, 4th, and 5th cars, because we've got a battle for 3rd already. That 3rd bump up spot is the last bump up spot that is going to be going into the semifinals, which come up in a couple hours time. The 4 getting past the 5. Nuno Pinto in that 8, that blue 8. Oh, he's getting hit by, was that Sammy? No, it wasn't Sammy. It was one of our Lightning McQueen car giving him a little nudge as he was slow getting back on track. So let's see how this has sorted itself out. We've got Strasser, Vanderboel, and Rathieski up into 3rd now. Nuno Pinto in the blue car in 4th. So let's concentrate on the blue car and the car in front of it. That's our battle for 3rd. As we're coming into the infield and around the Omega and across the kink, that is actually our battle for 2nd, is the 4 and 8. So Vanderboel, where has he dropped down to? Something has happened to Vanderboel. So Nuno Pinto actually running 3rd, but this is our closest battle on track. So let's stick with these guys, because something may happen early on. These racers going for 20 minutes at a time in these quarterfinals. 25 minutes for the F1 semifinals, 30 minutes for the semifinals in touring car. So are the cars set up for an early getaway, or are they set up for late race pace? We shall see. You can just see flashes of the battle for 4th place behind. That has kind of sorted itself out for the moment. For 5th with the car 5 of Sven Rodewald. So let's try and zoom out just a bit so we can see that bright greeny yellow car. He's catching up to Nuno Pinto rapidly as they're coming around the Omega and into the first hairpin. You can see him right there already. Nuno Pinto gets away. So that is Rodewald. Oh, now we got a big battle going down the main straight. Got Rodewald, the orange car. I didn't get the number on it. And, oh, Pinto. What is going on with his car? He's all over the grass. So now we've got a massive change here coming into the second hairpin. Battle for second is 4 cars at the moment. We got Vanderbilt back up there, Rathieski, Rodewald, and Westholm. 4 cars battling for 1 place. It's not going to work out for at least 2 of these cars. This is the battle for second, and only 2 of these cars are going to bump up at the moment. We got Stefan Strasser in the yellow car way ahead of these guys, and we've got Vanderbilt rocketing away from this group. He did qualify second, so he is, at least during qualifying, he was just a bit faster than these other guys. Car 4 of Rathieski and Adam Westholm behind him in the 6, and Rodewald in the 5 going down the main straight. So let's stick with this group of 3 now, because only one is going to succeed getting into the bump up. Stefan Strasser already coming up on lap traffic, about a quarter lap ahead of these guys. We're not too concerned with him unless he crashes into him. I'll keep an eye on things there. But these 3 cars coming into the infield and around the Omega and across that kink into the first hairpin, into the second hairpin. Rathieski holding off Westholm in the Lightning McQueen all-red car. He does have the Lightning McQueen eyes on the windshield strip as well.
Take it easy, take it easy, too close.
Rodewald creeping up on Lightning McQueen there in the 6. Staying in place. No one making any massive dives on Rathieski just yet. This is the battle for a third. Coming into the Omega, Rathieski makes mistakes, gets a little wild, throws off Westholm, and that allows Rodewald to get past him. And now it is a 5-car battle for third. So let's see if we can try and get all of these cars in shot. We do. Jude McCallum up on the rostrum, providing some excellent camera work for us. Nuno Pinto getting wild again, so he's taking himself out of this battle slightly. Lightning McQueen also getting a little bit wild there. It's Westholm. Still it's getting a little spread out now, but Rathieski's still in the 3rd spot in the number 4 car. Rodewald in that 5. So it looks like it's maybe coming down to just these 2. Rathieski, we saw him win the European Championship for Formula 1 electric touring car, or electric Formula 1, 1/10 at the Hudi Arena, and Rodewald going for a dive. This is going to be a very interesting battle here, because that has slowed them both up and allowed the white and blue car, the number 7 of Weiser, up in there. So for the first time he's making a serious challenge. Number 6 of Westholm, and then Nuno Pinto following behind. But if Rodewald is able to slow down Rathieski, or vice versa, that is going to allow Weiser to get past. So these guys having to be very careful. Obviously, this is the only battle happening on track, all in the same area of the track. So I'm sure Javier, our race referee, after president, is watching these guys very intently to make sure that there's none of the usual crazy touring car action, as Sammy spits up some, almost crashes into the timing tower here. So now it gets very interesting. These guys are all coming up to lap Neil Lebescond, one of our youngest racers, one of our young guns. He's only 10, and he's racing in the quarterfinals of the European Championship. So he gets by, he lets these guys by. The little bit of a disagreement between Weiser and Westholm. So they have dropped right back down. Nuno is now on trying to get on the tail of Rodewald. Nuno in that blue car, but we're concentrating on the number 4 and 5 of Rethieski and Rodewald. It's Germany versus Germany. So Rodewald playing it very either cautious, sensible, trying to force Rethieski into a mistake, or just waiting for the track. Nuno Pinto suddenly is rocketed right up to them. So now it's back to a 3-car battle, but we've seen Pinto kind of crash himself out a few times already in this race, so let's see what happens here. He gets a little wild, gets on the grass, and then loses traction and drive for about a half a lap. He's coming around commentator's corner and down the main straight into that first corner. Around the hut corner. Ooh, Rethieski gets a little wild, so that lets Rodewald by. Oh, and Nuno Pinto gets in the back of Rethieski, so now Rethieski's at the back of that 5-car train. So one mistake and he loses 4 positions. Rodewald, now he's going to have to try and make a gap. He is now in the 3rd position. Final bump up spot. Comes around and he's got Weiser. Almost, he's one of the fast movers in this group as well. Nuno Pinto from the 8, he's bumped up from yesterday's 8th finals. And I see some body damage on the back of Rodewald's car. So is that going to be slowing him down? I think it is, because Weiser is already on him. So this is going to get very hot indeed. We've got Rodewald, Weiser, Pinto, and Westholm. Westholm just passing Pinto. Rethieski trying to put down some hot laps and catch up to this battle, because we're probably going to get a mistake or two out of Pinto and Westholm. And if he's close enough, he can capitalize on that and make a pass. I don't think the body damage is the left rear bumper on Rodewald's car. Looks like it's caught up either on the chassis, but it doesn't look like it's rubbing. It doesn't look like it's rubbing on the tire. But they are coming up on the 9 and 3 cars of Pajalin and Harleman. Pajalin, a Finnish racer, bumped up from the 1/8 finals. And now we've got 2 cars that this whole train need to lap. So let's see how cleanly. And it's not very clean at all, because who went off the track? That was Weiser. Weiser and the 3 car. That is it's tragedy. So Rodewald into the first corner, followed very closely by Westholm, I think. Is that our Lightning McQueen car? No, it's not. Oh, Nuno Pinto getting up in there. So it's now Westholm, and the Lightning McQueen is in the 3rd spot. Rethieski has capitalized on all this carnage, and now he's up into 4th. So if he can lay down some fast laps, he can move from 4th into 3rd, potentially. And we'll see. He gets Rodewald getting rescued from the middle of the Omega, and he's almost a lap down to all these racers. So who are we on? We are on Rethieski. So let's stick with him. Just ahead of him by a corner or 2 is Westholm, because Rethieski has the pace to definitely catch up to Westholm. Ahead of these guys is the unfortunate Rodewald in the 5 car. And I can visibly see that Rethieski is definitely catching up to the 6 car. So previous gap was 1.8. So it is now, it's a lot less now. It's 1.7. I think it was 2.8. Now it's 1.7. So it looks like it's already heating up, and he is almost on the back of him. Where are we at here? Not quite on the back of him. I was watching a different cars. Morning sun confusing me at the far end of the track. So as they're going around the Omega and across the kink into the first hairpin, let's see what the gap was last time, 13.2 to, that's 1.5. So it is now stays about the same. Rafisky not making up the
Fifth position behind you.
ground, not making, oh, massive crash on the back straight, car flipping but landing on its wheels. The champion's roll.
Now the leader and the second place.
Lucky for him.
Behind you.
So Rafisky chasing down, or attempting to, chasing down Westholm from Sweden. Let's see what the gap comes down to this time. Or if it does move, it's up to 2.4. It seems to be hovering between that 2 to 2.5 second area. So let's move forward one car to the red Lightning McQueen car, just coming into the infield and around the Omega. This is Adam Westholm from Sweden. And if the flag were to be dropped now, he would be bumping up into the semifinal. So another glory run for Lightning McQueen. But he's coming up on lap traffic. So we've got Neil Lebescond. He's only 10, but he knows what he's doing on track. He easily lets Adam by. He goes into the infield. Catching up to Sven Rodewald, who's currently running 7th place, who is not slow, so himself, because he was battling for the 3rd spot that Westholm is currently occupying. He just had a really bad turn of events, and he is a lap down and about to be lapped by Adam, who was in that number 4 car that we're watching, or 95, depending how you see it. Sven gets a little squirrely ahead of him, so he makes up a bit more space on him. So he may be running a Cars-themed car. Alfa Romeo is the preferred choice of vehicle, well, body shell, I should say, here at the European Championships. But just because it's a cartoon-based paint scheme, he's no slouch on track. Adam Westholm, he is now gapping Rafisky by 3.5 seconds now, I think. Rafisky definitely losing. He's almost the entire, from, I think it's a full straight down now. He was only half the straight, so yeah, by the time Rafisky starts accelerating out of the final corner, Westholm is already into the first corner, so he's definitely increasing. So maybe Rafisky's car has come away from him.
4 minutes to go.
Got 4 minutes left in this one. Strasser, Vanderbilt, Westholm, Strasser and Vanderbilt. We haven't even shown these guys, the number 1 and 2 cars, just running consistent laps and seemingly safe. So while everything is kind of settled down, let's see if we can find the number 2 car. He's the orange car, just coming into the 2nd hairpin now, Jude. And around commentator's corner, it's the 3rd of 3 cars going down the main straight. There we are. That's Rick Vanderbilt from the Netherlands. Just finished his 51st lap. He's only 4 seconds behind Stefan Strasser, but he's not being challenged from behind. He's not challenging for the lead. He's just in the middle of some lapped cars. So he's just taking it easy. 3 minutes to go before he's able to claim the bump up into the semifinals. We'll follow Rick for a few laps here, and then we'll move to Stefan in the yellow car, who is our current leader. So we've got Strasser, Vanderbilt, and Westholm going to be taking the bump up spots. Westholm starting from the 6th spot, and this race has been one of the better races. We've got, I'll say we have a dead Nuno Pinto car in the first hairpin, but he was just paused for a moment. So Rick Vanderbilt going around the Omega across the kink into the first hairpin. One of the few single color paint jobs that we have here. The next one is one car ahead, which is our leader going into the Omega just now. And across the kink, he's about to come up on Sammy in the black car. Come into the second hairpin, around commentator corner. The nice thing about Stefan's car, yes, it's a one color scheme, but the official EFRA number plate that everyone must use, it's the perfect match of color for the EFRA paint, EFRA sticker, the number sticker. So that number one just blends right in, perfect. So let's move up one, Jude. To the yellow car. Yep, there we are. This is Stefan. Stefan from Austria. I know we had some. I think we had a couple of different Austrian racers or viewers in the chat yesterday. So thank you for everybody that's joined us. So I've been watching the racing. So as this race is winding down, we've got a minute to go. We still have Strasser, Vanderbilt, and Westholm. Rethieski is now 4.5 seconds or more behind. So hello Pierre, hello RB8 Bom dia from Brazil. Go Sammy, yes, Pecco, we're going to be seeing you next week. I'm sure we can. We'd love to have you in the timing hut to chat with you. As Strasser is coming up on Rodewald. He was previously challenging for third in this race.
30 seconds to go.
Thank you, Jonathan Wolf. Great coverage as always. Thanks, RC Racing TV. Thank you for attending. Be sure to share this stream with your friends who are also RC fans. And later on, we'll be having a really cool live studio show that will hopefully introduce Largescale RC to your non-RC friends. Friends who are just into motorsport or cars in general. There's so many full-size car nuts who are just really unaware of how complex and amazing the RC racing can be. As Strasser gets past Rodewald as Rodewald spun out a bit there. So maybe his tires are coming off. And everybody has finished. And that is it. There we go. There's our results. Strasser, Vanderbilt, and Westholm bumping up into the semifinals. So we have a little bit of a gap now to 9:40 local time. That's Central European time for the 1/4 A. So I'll get out that heat finals sheet. Tara Evenin. Hello, Tara. I told Matt yesterday that I'd be mentioning, if you were able to pop in, I'd be mentioning socks because I'm a fan of socks. I'm wearing my Porsche Pink Pig socks today. I was wearing my Alitalia themed socks the first day that we were here because, you know, Italy and all that. Abgas Stevie, morning from Austria. If you're in the Graz Spielberg fairing area, Avgas, you're welcome to stop down next week at the fairing track where we are going to be broadcasting live the large-scale off-road Euros, which will be quite cool. So just going to swap to one of our stationary cameras. There we go. I pressed some buttons and nothing exploded, so that's cool. So in the next race, we've got our friend Alessio Mazzeo, who we had a brief chat with yesterday before he realized, the race that's out now, that's the guys are on track, I'm meant to be mechanicking for my friend who's racing. So he had to rush out yesterday, but we had a brief chat with him. Well, I'm brief, like 15 minutes. Got some good information. It's always good to talk with these guys who are, you know, basically at the bleeding edge of pro racing. So it's quite interesting. We had an even longer chat. I think it was close to an hour with Hessel Roskam. So that was quite interesting to talk with him for quite a while about all sorts of things dealing with large-scale touring cars. I believe he used to do off-road, but he doesn't currently. So yeah, Hessel will be in the semis coming up later. Those start at 11:40, and that will be done during our live show. In the 1/4 A finals, we've got Alessio Mazzeo starting from pole in that one. Sasha Klug, Adam Isse, Kevin Tolinars, Matthias Domig, Andrea Maestri, Michael Donovan. Luca Rowley is our first of the bump-ups. And Mario Dada is the next, and then Christian Weber. So we got a bit of a break. So I will, let's see. Do I waffle or do I take a little break? I'm gonna, a carbonated vegetable extract based drink of the Red Persuasion was just presented to me. So I will take a brief break. And let's see here. And we'll come back just before 9:40 local time. So Central European time.
This way up.
we are getting ready. You can hear the glorious sounds and smells of two-stroke outside. I'm sure we have plenty of two-stroke fans in the viewing audience. The viewing audience. The vaudience, yes. The viewdience. So, welcome back, everybody. We are just getting ready for the 1/4 A finals. As I mentioned before, we've got Matseo, Klug, Itse, Polinars, Domig, Maestri, Donovan, Rowley, Dada, and Weber, or our last three racers. They bumped up from the 1/8 A finals that were actually they were the last racers on track yesterday. So they're actually warming up now. You can see the cars coming through the first corner and second corner, getting a little wild there. We've got a couple static cameras that we'll be cutting to during the main finals. Very exciting. And that's during our live studio show that's going to be starting just after the F1 Semi-A final, or Semi-Final A. And there's our drivers and their countries that they are representing. We've got Italy, Australia, France, Switzerland, Italy, Germany, a couple more Italians, and another German. And they are... we're just starting a warm-up, so there's no big rush. So these guys getting used to the track conditions, making sure their engines are warmed up nicely. The tires are already going to be quite warm because they've been set on tire warmers probably all morning. So they're allowed electric tire blankets, just like Formula One. So while we're waiting for them to pull into the pits to start their formation lap, just like to thank RC Fox and rcmodels.co.uk. That's RC Models with a Z or Z, for bringing you this free coverage all week long from Fiorano, Italy, just outside of Modena. So some iconic names there if you're a fan of motorsport. Home of Ferrari. Fiorano full-size circuit is just a mile or so away from us, a couple of kilometers. And we're actually going to be popping over there tomorrow, so it'll be quite interesting. Some of the racers, we tried to catch them for interviews yesterday. It's like, oh no, they're at the Ferrari Museum. So, well, I was like, oh, okay, cool, yeah. Well, we're going to be getting some tickets for that tomorrow ourselves, so it'll be quite good. So we are on live on EFRA Facebook page, on the EFRA Facebook page, RC Racing TV Facebook page, and Red RC Facebook. And on YouTube, you can find us on the channels of EFRA, RC Racing TV, Red RC, and for the first time, pullstart.tv. So hello to everyone watching on all of the different channels. And of course, feel free to join in the chat, share the links of whatever you're watching, share them with your friends, or if you're in the pits at your own RC race this weekend, prop up your phone or tablet or whatever you're watching on and let your fellow pitmates watch the racing action here from Fiorano. So we're just going to attempt, just give us a moment here, we're going to play in a little bit of a montage. Okay, and we are back. Just like to get some practice of that little intro montage because we will be playing that during the final show. So as you can see, the racers are already on the stand. The mechanics are in the pits. The cars are in the pits. And Teodoro from AMSCI, the Italian RC Federation, is about to let them out onto the track for the
Okay, car number 1,
formation
2,
lap.
3, 4,
And you can see that now.
7, 8, 9,
Alessio leading
10.
them out, and they are in number order. So they're just like in Formula One and other full-size motorsport. They are, tires are already warmed up pretty much. The engines are warmed up because they've been sat and revving and going around doing their warm-ups. Alessio getting his, doing a good job getting his brakes warmed up there. I'm not sure if that's actually required. I know some of them are using actual carbon fiber brakes. A lot of them are using fiberglass discs. And we're about 10 seconds away from starting this race.
10, 9,
5 seconds.
7, 6, 5,
And they're off.
3,
Everyone off to a decent start. Alessio and Klug close together. No crashes at the back. So Alessio and Klug, followed by Itze. Let's follow the. Let's let Alessio, the first 2 cars go by. We'll watch the second pair of cars. Oops. Klug, a little mistake there, so it puts him in the clutches of Itze slightly. So let's watch this. The 3rd and 4th cars mostly in this one because it's the top 3 cars to bump up in this. Alessio hoping he can stretch out a lead. Car 9 stranded on the grass. It's Mario Dada, his mechanic out there. Doesn't seem to be running. So got Klug, got Mazzio, Klug, Itze, and Tolinars. 1, 2, 3, 4. Domig in the 5. Donovan in the 7. Little swap there. We got Rowley now. Donovan. Oh yeah, Donovan's is the one who had to pull off. Dada. Oh no, Donovan. Also didn't see him crash. Someone's in the pits though. So we are on the. That's the 3. No, it's the 4. So this one getting pretty stretched out already. Got Maceo, Klug, Itze, Tolinars, Domig, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in order. And they have got a massive gap to the number 8 of Rowley, who is our first of the bump ups. 5 cars all stretched out. You can see them all there. Oh, almost a pass for 3rd. So let's follow this battle with some intent as they go into the first corner. That's Itze and Tolinars. Itze in the lead car, I believe. Yes. Just see the numbers are massive, but the track is also massive. So, Domig keeping his distance at the moment, not wanting to get caught up in case these guys come together or crash or spin out, but ready to leap at the opportunity to take 3rd place in the last of the bump-up positions as cars 1 and 2 of Mazzeo and Klug are getting a little close together. Probably a little closer than Mazzeo would like. If those 2 work together and not try to pass and bump each other, they won't slow each other down. And fall into the clutches of Itze and Tolinars as they both go into the first corner, into the hut corner, into the infield, around the Omega, across the kink. Into the second hairpin and around commentator's corner, across the start-finish line. Now there's 2 loops, 2 timing loops. The Tricolore that you can see just at the start of the pit straight is the main loop, and then there's a solid white line, which is the backup loop. You see it just as they're crossing it now. So we're on Itze and Tolinars. The battle for 3rd, it looks to have stretched out just very slightly. Mazzeo and Klug getting past the first of the lap cars, the number 8 of Rowley, Weber has pulled off. Dada is back on to get 1 lap so far.
Keep it clean, 1 and 2 for the lead.
Klug is not letting go of Mazzeo. But we're concentrating on this battle for third. Because at any moment, someone can go just a bit wide, take the wrong braking line, the wrong braking point, or the wrong line into a corner and go a little bit wide on the marbles. There are marbles and dust out on the track. I don't know if it was blown off this morning, but is so sticky out there that if you come offline, you're in the dust. And the line is maybe about half a meter wide. Or about 18 inches if you're watching from the States. Ooh, a little bit of squirrely line there from Itse, so Tolinar is closer. And they're both coming up on the lapped car of Rowley. Let's see what happens. Luca will be informed in the next couple of turns by Javier, our race referee. Oh, Tolinar takes a wide line coming out of commentator's corner and loses a couple of car lengths. So it really matters on these on this track for these cars. You wouldn't think that it would, but it actually really does. So Rowley letting them both by 2 consecutive hairpins. So they are clear of the first lap car. Mazzeo and Klug are about to come up on the 7 of Michael Donovan and put him a lap down. And Klug is even closer to Mazzeo than Tolinar's, who we're watching in the white and yellow car, is to Itse in that pink and blue and white car. Klug is stuck like glue. It's as if there's just a very short bungee cord holding his front bumper to Mazzeo's rear bumper. But we're concentrating on this battle for third. Tolinar is another bad entry into the Omega and a wide line into the first hairpin. That puts him well off. Now he's half on the AstroTurf and commentator's corner, so he's lost several car lengths now. So let's let that build up. Let's go to the front, the leading cars coming into commentator's corner now. The number 1 and 2, the white and orange, followed by, I'm not sure what color that would be. I think they called it seafoam green, but I think there's another car that has the Bianchi bicycle colors. But the number 1 car, the white and orange, that's Alessio Mazzeo. He's trying to get into the show. He was telling us yesterday, and we had a very good chat yesterday, and then we had an even better chat, actually, on the microphone, on the stream. He was saying his goal initially was to get on the podium for this week, so he's got a task ahead of him. First of all, to not be pressured by Sasha Klug, who is stuck like glue to his back bumper. I mean, first of all credit to Alessio for withstanding the incredible amount of pressure that Klug is putting on him. And just as much credit to Klug for following Alessio every turn, every corner, every braking and acceleration point on this track. So far, for 8 minutes almost, these guys have been stuck together. The battle for third has not developed. Tolinar's has, at this pace, many laps before he's able to get back up to this sort of distance that we're watching now. So Klug in that number 2. And I wouldn't even call it, that's not even really the Bianchi green. It's, I don't know what color that is. I'm sure someone out there is a graphic designer, is a Pantone sort of color for this, but I wouldn't know what to call that. It's just sort of just an odd color, just a 2. But a little bit more space now between Mazzeo and Klug as they're coming into the Omega. So what Klug is hoping for here, at the moment, he's going to start 9th. if the race were to finish as it crossed the start line now, or the finish line now, he actually bicycled up just a bit on that one. Alessio may have seen that out of the corner of his eye if he was paying attention. I don't know if what sort of peripheral vision these guys are using. No, number 10 pulls right over for him. Very good. Comes a complete stop, which can be a distraction. That might be why Klug has now lost several car lengths to Mazzeo. But what Klug is hoping for here, to get back to what I was saying, is that at the moment, if the race were to finish, he would start 9th in the semifinals. So number 1, he's getting a bit of practice in for the semifinals and practice on applying pressure to the car in front. But also, if Alessio were to succumb to that pressure, he would basically be starting in 8th in the semifinal, in his semifinal. So, but he's not making any dives or anything. So he's maybe he's also learning maybe Alessio's preferred line and his braking points and that sort of thing. Learning how the driver head is driving their car. Just take a quick glance back. I think the battle for 3rd is developing, so we're, maybe not. Toliner just went up on 2 wheels and slowed right back down again. He's basically, the gap has suddenly jumped or doubled in size, so we'll stick with these guys for now. As we're just over halfway through this race, 10:30 down, 10:35 down, 9:25 to go. So on top of car setup, tire choice, engine tuning, dealing with the heat, and standing in one place for 20 minutes. Actually longer, because it's probably about more like 26, 27 minutes, so not far off half an hour. And concentrating super intently on your driving. You have to have the mental fortitude to withstand the level of pressure that Klug is trying to put on Mazzeo right now. So good morning, buenos dias from Spain. Thank you very much for watching. I know we've got Austrians, we have Swedes, we have Brazilians. We had a couple of American fans watching yesterday. So thank you to everybody who's joined the stream, whether live or just a bit delayed. We hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. Watching the EFRA Large-Scale On-Road European Championships. This is the 1/4 A final. We are watching Alessio Mazzeo lead Sascha Klug around the... Oh, that's the first mistake I've seen from Klug. Apart from going up on 2 wheels a couple times around this corner right now, and he just did again there because it is very grippy there. If you walk on that... if you've ever been to a really dodgy pub, like really just a dive, either a dive bar or a student bar or something like that, and the carpets are sticky, and you're like, ugh, this place. That is what it's like walking on the racing line around this track. So these drivers have to really negotiate the brake in a straight line and turn just enough so that they don't actually get up on 2 wheels and traction roll or grip roll off of the racing line and onto the roof. So rubber side down, shiny side up. Klug clawing back some, a couple of car lengths now. I didn't see any mistake from Mazzeo in these last couple of laps where he's made up that time. So it looked like he made up the time in the hairpin. So maybe he just outbraked Alessio. And it seems like he has the pace. I'm going to give a quick look to our 3rd and 4th place racers. They're getting a little closer together, but nowhere near as close as Mazzeo and Klug. They're just a couple seconds apart. 1.5 seconds. Putting the timing screen, the last time it came across, and I'll just have a quick look now. They're about to cross the timing loop now, and now 1.3 seconds apart now. So once that gets a little bit closer, I was looking at the timing screen. It seems like Klug has made a slight mistake or gone a little wide or something, but he's gotten back to space again to Mazzeo. As they're working their way through lap traffic once again, getting past the number 8 of Luca Rowley. 1 and 2 cars. We're following them for quite a while. And another bit of a gap now as they're coming up on 3 more lapped cars. So let's follow them through this. So past Rowley on the 6 of My Street. Let's them both through. Okay, and the next car is going to be the 5 of Domig. We just had a pass for 3rd place. So I think Itze made a mistake somewhere. Let's see where he's at. He's just coming around the 2nd hairpin now. So let's go to the 1st corner, Jude, and pick up Adam Itze. So off camera, Adam made a mistake somewhere, but he's definitely faster than Tolinars because he's already starting to make up the gap. He's just half a straight behind Tolinars. And there's 4 minutes left in this race. Oh, up on 2 wheels and over into the grass and into the wall. Oh, that is a nightmare. That is his 3rd place chances gone as his mechanic, if we pan left, you can see his mechanic running around the side of the track. Only the driver's mechanic is allowed to touch the car, and the car's still running. That is his challenge over. So let's find the 4 of Tolinars going into the 1st corner now, into the Hut corner, and into the infield, coming around the Omega and across the kink. That is Kevin Tolinars in the car 4. He is in 3rd now. So behind him is Itze, but he's a lap down to Tolinars. The next racer is the car 5 of Domig, who is just gone onto the grass and a few cars ahead of Tolinars on track. So basically, that is our top 3 decided, unless something tragic happens to Tolinars. So we'll stick with Tolinars. The battle between, well, it's not really a battle, it's more of a follow the leader with Mazzeo and Klug is still ongoing. You could throw just a blanket right over them both. But we're going to follow Tolinars here because he's got 4 lapped cars to work himself through. And if he has a terrible time, that could let Domig catch right up to him. But I think Domig is in this group that he's trying to lap. So he's about to put Domig a lap down. If things continue as they are. Rowley goes on the grass in front of Tolinars. Tries to brake, isn't able to, straight lines it, and that lets Tolinars pass as he goes down the main straight now. So we're just following Tolinars, just in case something horrible happens to him, not out of any desire to see that, but I think, yeah, Domig, he's spun around on the grass twice in 1 lap, so there's no chance that Domig is going to be able to catch Tolinars. So let's go to our leaders. 1 and 2 just coming into the infield now, turn 2. We're about to go into the Omega. That's Mazzeo and Klug. You can see Klug going slightly on the grass, coming out of the kink. We've got a video of the track walk that will play in our live show. It's very interesting. Just walking around the track is very interesting. The track walks are always a good idea if you're a racer, so you can see where danger points and curbs that you should stay away from, or curbs that you should try to hit, braking points and things like that. And just kicking at the tarmac will tell you a lot. So Mazzeo and Klug coming down the main straight. They've got less than 25 seconds, 20 seconds now. So I think this might be their last lap that they're on. No, they've got one more lap now, and they'll finish. Tolinar's still way out ahead of Michael Donovan now. Domig lost so much time. He's dropped down to 7th. And all the other drivers are finished. And here comes Mazzeo and Klug into the pit. And there we go. That's our races decided. Our semifinals are set now. We've got Mazzeo, Klug, and Tolinars bumping up into the semifinals on the A side of the Christmas tree bracket. So, wow, pretty good race. So let's see comments in the RC Racing TV YouTube chat. It's the most popular place for the comments to come from our viewers. So that's we only have so much screen space in the control tower. So that's what we're checking out. So yes, Mazzeo drives an RS5. He's one of the few racers, very few racers. I think there's literally 2 in the top 30 after qualifying that are running an RS5. There's a handful of MCD, a handful of Genius. The top one probably being Arnaldi from France, and most of the rest of the racers are running Mechatech. Very large Mechatech team here. And yes, Mazzeo had a nice little chat with him yesterday on the stream. You can find it if you maybe watch it back later today after the final, and you can listen to not just Mazzeo but also current world champion Hessel Roskam was with us for quite a long time yesterday. Gave us so much insight on tuning and driving and what it's like to just do several bump ups at a time, and tire choices and engine pipe choice, all sorts of stuff. And the previous day, was it Thursday, we talked to Laszlo of Samba and Mocatech, and he gave us some really interesting insight on his journey with those brands. So all great stuff that you can catch up on the streams that we've done the past couple of days. So we'll just take a brief break now, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Track is open.
Claude et Romain, vous voulez bien faire alors peut-être pas devant les poubelles. Ah bah écoute, si tu
All right, we are back. As you can see, we have cars on the track. And as you can see, they are not touring cars. This is the warm-up period for the Formula One semifinal B. Getting a printout of the racers that are in this, but I can read the names off for you at least. Starting on pole will be Ernst Utz. And Tony Gilmarty in the car 2, Reinhard Marin in the 3, Nathan Breno in the 4, Tony Sealer, in the 5 car, Baz Jose Andres Hernandez in the 6 car, and car 7 will be Patrick Laporte. So this being a semi-final, the top 4 racers in each of the semis will be going up into the main final. So that means that there will be 8 from the semis going into the main final, and we have a 10-car final, which means that the top 2 positions on the grid are already chosen, and that is Sebastian Marino and Saverio Rosignoli. Sebastian and Saverio qualifying directly into the final. So, just a moment here. As you can see, you are watching with us from around the world the EFRA Large-Scale Track Euros 2022. As you can see, this is the F1 Semifinals B. And the cars are in the pits about to start the formation lap. Just like, actually this is, I always say when they're doing the formation lap, I always say, just like a Formula 1 car. Formula 1 race. Well, these are Formula 1 cars about to run their semi-final. 7 cars. Starting with Ernst Utz, Tony Gilmarty, Reinhard Marin, Nathan Breno, Tony Sealer, Baz Jose Andres Hernandez, and Patrick Laporte in the 7th spot. So, 4 cars are bumping up. So this is the first race where we're going to concentrate on the battle for 4th rather than the battle for 3rd, like we have been in the finals so far. So hopefully this is going to be a good one. This race actually is also a 25 minutes race. So this is the first race. Ooh, we have a dead car.
No, put the car in the box.
What's happened here?
Right, in the box.
The mechanic picked up the car. It's still running. I'm not sure why he picked it up. You can see the Italian flag at the end of the straight dropping down, and as it lifts, they're off in number order. We do have a dead car, but we will let him catch up to the battle for 4th. Okay, so let's follow these 3 cars coming out of Omega right now and across the kink and into the first hairpin. Leading is that car 6, and then the 5, and then the 7. That is Hernandez, Seiler, and Duport. It's the car 4 that started off very late, so he'll probably start to catch up. This will be interesting to see what happens here. So the first 3 cars have already gapped this battle for 4th. So it's not, obviously there's only 7. Oh, and the 6. Hernandez goes wide onto the grass. So he's going to lose traction, so that makes the battle for 4. I was going to say, well, he's starting to pull away, but he's not now. He's starting to get caught. Let's see what happens as the grass is burned off of those warm tires. They do have tire warmers. So, and the 5 of Sealer putting some pressure on Hernandez as going into the second corner, into the infield and around the Omega. You can see the first 2 cars shooting away, or actually that's the second and third shooting away. The leader, Ernst, is well ahead of them by more than a straightaway. So let's see if Gilmarty and Marin can keep it clean, so they don't get, so they don't slow themselves down and put themselves into harm's reach. So we have Sealer, and then Breno did a mistake going into the second hairpin. So they've lost a bit of time to Hernandez, who is in the bright yellow car there, coming across the kink in the first hairpin. So we've got a 3-car battle for 4th, and it looks like they're very slowly reeling in third car. Oh, stop and go for somebody. We didn't see what happened. Oh, I didn't see what happened. So we had, no, it's a 2-car battle. So he's lost a handful of seconds there, because he had to trundle down pit lane and then be held immobile until he was, oh, tragedy. What has happened there? Hernandez going on, and that was, let's see the car number, the car 4 of Breno. So now we've got a big gaps between. This is kind of what I was hoping wouldn't happen, was we have 25 minutes of very large gaps between the top 5 cars. But it looks like we're already there. So we've got Ernst Utz in the number 1 car. He's already into the infield. Second and third of Gilmarty and Marin have crossed the line. Hernandez has just crossed the line. The next car behind is car 5 in the Alpine of Sealer, who's 5 seconds behind. So the battle for 4th is non-existent at the moment. So we'll regather. First, second, third. Second and third are getting closer. Not too much of a concern though. So let's, where's the car 1? Where did he go? He must be even further ahead than I thought of these guys. There we go. Coming into the commentator's corner now. So it's the other bright yellow car with the yellow wheels. We have 2 fluorescent yellow cars. One in first place and one in 4th place. At the moment, they're both bumping up. So 2 Buzz and Hornets styled Jordan-inspired cars. And that's our leader, Boots. about to put a lap
Attention car.
on, I think that's the car 4 of Breno, who
Who
was challenging for 4th place, but spun off at the first turn. So Oots with the bright yellow wheels, way ahead. He's 11.7 seconds ahead of second place Gil Marti. The battle for third is in progress. Sealer in 5th is 3 seconds behind Hernandez, who is the other bright yellow car with the white wheels that we were following previously. Oh, I missed this. That's number 4 of we were following of Breno, stuck together with car 7 of Report, but they're at the back of the field. So we're with this is the car 6, 4th place racer of Hernandez from Spain. Let's stick with him for a little bit because I think Sealer is very slowly catching him. Sealer has just been lapped by the leader. Oots. Ooh, little mistake there. An unsuccessful track cut, either intentional or not. And Hernandez is about to get passed by Oots to put him a lap down. And Sealer is just behind. So Oots is the second of these yellow cars. Hernandez needs to let him by. There he goes. He brakes very heavily into the first corner, which lets, okay, now we have a battle for 4th. The last 2 cars going into the Omega now and across the kink and into the first hairpin. The bright yellow and then the Alpine inspired car. Just call it an Alpine. These are the last of these 4 cars. So the number 3 ahead. Wait, is that's actually 3rd place. So this is the battle for 3rd is 3 cars of Marin, Hernandez, and Sealer. You can see on the timing at the top right of your screen. So now, I'm sure the mechanics have told the other cars, the drivers on the stand, okay, the guy behind you, that's 4th place, and the guy behind him is 5th. You're all on the same lap. This is a battle. So Marin from Austria, Hernandez from Spain, and Sealer from France. 3 different countries, 3 different paint schemes, luckily. That's kind of the Marin with the racing, the RC racing sort. Oh, and the Alpine goes over! Nightmare! So that is his battle done for the moment, or several moments, as the car cuts. I think you're allowed just 1 or 2 attempts on the pull starter, so that's that. Well, so let's go to the battle for 3rd, because that is a proper battle. Coming down the main straight now, going in the first corner. Unfortunate for Sealer in that 5, and he's off again on the grass. So shaken and stirred, and he's off in the grass again. So something has gone terribly wrong with that car now. And that is properly, his battle is over. And it looks like the mechanic is, he's been told, all right, that's it, just pull it off. Yeah, that's racing sometimes. We've got Ernst, Oots, Tony Gilmartin 2nd in the 2 car, Reinhard Martin in the 3rd, in the 3, and we are following the 4th place car of Hernandez in the number 6. Just ahead of him is his 3rd place. So this is a battle for 3rd, but we're following the yellow car because if something happens to him, and we have seen several cars, as we've just seen, we've seen Seiler, who has abandoned, or retired, let's say. I'm watching a lot of cycling these days, so abandoned is the tournament cycling. But yeah, a little closer now on the battle for third between Marin and Hernandez. Now the interesting thing here is, are they going to battle? Because, I mean, Hernandez is clearly faster. And he is, whoop, he went for a pass. He's going for another pass. And again, in the same corner. So this is, yeah, a developing battle. So if one of them, I mean, these are open wheel cars. So if they get side to side, they could very easily flip one or both of them over. We've seen that happen even with the touring cars. And Breno is about a half a lap behind. So if they really slow each other down, or both crash, or one crash, that could, oh, there we go, see? Now they both had to slow down for that. And then Marin hits the curb because he's been thrown off his rhythm. It's all about rhythm and pace and setup. Across the kink into the first hairpin, into the second hairpin, going a bit, very wide for Hernandez, losing a car length or two. So Breno in the car 4 in 5th place is made up a little bit of time. They're all lapped by the leader, so I can't see the actual distance between the cars themselves. But visibly on track, Marin, in the only white car out there, has made up some time on these two. So if they get close again, but I think whatever Hernandez has prepped his car, it's just set up just a bit better, or he's driving a bit smoother. I think we have a car coming out of pit lane now. Ah, it's Seiler. He's coming back out, but he goes straight onto the marbles to let cars pass, because that's what you have to do when you're about 10 laps down, which is just going to make him slower and slower. So more for pride than anything, I'm sure. You want to finish your final in a running vehicle, which you can certainly understand. But we're on this battle for third between Hernandez and Marin. And as far as the bump up goes, it doesn't really matter too much which order they finish, as long as they both finish in the top 4. Top 4 at the moment bump up spots with 12 and a half minutes. Yeah, we're over the halfway point now with 12 minutes in, well, about 12 minutes now. 12 minutes remaining in this race, 25-minute semifinal for the Formula 1 class. We've got Ernst Utz in the first position, well ahead of Tony Hilmarty. Ooh. Nathan Breno getting up on 2 wheels. That's not going to be a very fast lap for him. And it wasn't 20.8 instead of the usual 20.3s for we're seeing on most of the cars in his area. Hernandez, the number 6 car that we're following, in 3rd position. Marin in the 3 car, who's 2 cars behind, no, just behind, the first car behind Hernandez, with the bright yellow and the white wheels. The bright yellow with yellow wheels car is our leader. So let's follow him for a bit. Let's follow the first of the yellow cars. Just going across the kink now. This is Ernst Utz from Germany. Give him a bit of love, as he is giving us a bit of love with the heart sticker on both sides of the engine cover. That's nice. So we have Oots, Hilmarty. Ooh, Oots having a little bit of a bother with the car 7 of Duport's. Thank you, Carlos, for the correction on Tony's last name. I know the J is silent. I didn't know the G is also silent. Or maybe it's just in this case. So Oots loads of clear space ahead of him on the track. He's got pretty much a half a lap ahead of him. Is completely clear. It's as if, you know, when you're racing these things, you use your peripheral vision. You're looking at your front wheels and maybe gauging how much smoke is coming out of the back to make sure your engine's running rich enough so it doesn't explode. He's got loads of clear track behind, ahead of him. So nothing to distract him unless someone crashes. Let's drop back to the first corner. Let's hold there for, this is Hernandez and Marin. Our battle for third has come close again. Marin able to get right back up on the rear diffuser. Yes, there is an actual working rear diffuser on these cars, in addition to the front and rear wings. Adjustable rear wing, and I believe the front wings are adjustable as well on the mounts. Flexible plastic front wings like you'd find on 1/8 nitro buggies, or just, well, 1/8 buggies and truggies in general. That's just because it's the only thing that's going to contact another car or a barrier. So you need something a bit flexible, and you can adjust the angle on them. And the rear wings also, 2 elements on them, I believe. And the main element you can adjust to make more or less angle of attack. So these guys pretty close together, and I think, no, that's a Red Bull car behind them. Car 7. No, sorry, the car 2 of Hilmarty. So they're about to get lapped by second place. Now, Marin going a bit wide there, making it a little bit too easy for Hernandez in the yellow car. Marin running the, what I call the swooshy, swishy racing, RC racing type scheme. Most of the cars in this class are running replica paint schemes. Hernandez under pressure now, increasingly from Marin. I don't think he was aware at that moment that he has the second place behind him, but he is aware now because he's let him by. So good racing. They do have a referee basically giving them verbal blue flags. There's no actual blue flags. Okay, and Hernandez lets Hilmarty past, and now, battle is rejoined for third. Oh, and Hernandez getting caught up in the kink. Oh, and that is our battle for fourth right there. That is Nathan Breno in the white car. Number 4 has just passed. So now he is in fourth and Hernandez is in fifth. So this is our battle for bump up. The white car and the yellow car with the white wheels. That is our battle. Oh, and there is Marin in the third spot. So we got third, fourth, and fifth all together on track, going down the main straight now. So this is it. That fourth car is the final bump up. If the flag were to drop this very second, it's only the number 3 and the number 4 that would be in the third and fourth place bump ups. And who has just crashed? Oh, that was Hernandez. Tragedy. Flips over and engine cut. So the marshal's out there trying to restart. You can just see him there. And we're back on the battle for, I think this is third now, between third and number 3 and 4. Hernandez now a lap down. So as quick as that, the battle developed for fourth, and the battle has ended. So that is 5 minutes and 45 seconds. I don't think Hernandez is going to be quick enough to be able to, he's just ahead of this battle. we're not going to focus on the yellow car, but we'll focus on the, let's see, the 2 cars directly behind, because that is the battle for third. Hernandez, who we were watching in the yellow with the white wheels, was in that battle, and that battle has completely dissipated now. So tragedy for Hernandez. He could have been up there, but he could still make it, but there'd have to be some pretty bad crashes. He's going wide. Yes, so he's getting caught up. Oh, and crash for Breno. Hits him and knocks off his wheel. So now he's properly off. Engine is too hot for the mechanic to turn off. And that is his race done and dusted. So that is that. Breno now several seconds behind Marin. So it's the 1, 2, 3, 4 cars. That's our bump up positions. Hernandez, he has retired and I think he was going for the wide line, and then he got hit by Breno because Breno wasn't sure what he was doing. It's car 5 in the pits of Tony Sealer. He'd already come off and lost several laps. So that is pretty much the order set. 1, 2, 3, and 4 of Utz, Hilmarty, Marin, and Breno. Hernandez now showing as retired. You can see the black mark next to his name, the black number. The second column is the car number. Sealer has gone back out. As you can see, he's crossed the start-finish line. So the only one who can really challenge is no one, because as you can see next to the driver names at the top right of the screen, immediately to the right of the driver names is the number of laps that they've done, and you can see that Breno has 62 laps, and Duport, who has just passed the number of laps that Hernandez had completed, has 58. So he's 4 laps down at least. That is our unless someone actually just breaks. That's our bump up positions decided for the final. But I won't make a note on the race printout yet, because anything can happen. This is racing. So we're on the leader, car 1 of Utz. And not far behind him actually is Hilmarty, but Hilmarty has been lapped. So he's actually a lap and a bit ahead of Hilmarty. Marin is a further 2 laps behind, and Breno is on the same lap as Marin. So those are literally the only 2 cars on anywhere near each other on the same lap, or Marin and Breno in the 3rd and 4th. Just a few seconds apart. So as long as they keep it on the black stuff, they'll be okay. So let's follow Hilmarty for a bit. He's just gone into the first corner, around Hut corner, and he's going into the Omega now, and he's about to pass the number 7 of Duport, who just went on the grass. So he will be a bit squirrely for a few corners. Wow. I mean, the cool thing about these cars is that you can, as they're burning off the grass that is now stuck to his tires, you can see the grass coming off. So Hilmarty coming into the second hairpin now, running Red Bull inspired colors. Hilmarty from Spain. I'm not sure if he's running Red Bull just because he's a Max fan, or a Marquez fan, or just a fan of the most recent world champion, or just a fan of Red Bull in general. Maybe he's a Vettel from several years ago fan or a Weber fan. I'm not sure, but it's always interesting to talk to the skill. Oh, car 3 is just broken down right there in front of the second hairpin. That is Breno. No, that is Marin. So if he Duport is a few laps behind, but there's only 5 seconds left in the race, so there's no way he's going to be able to make up 4 laps in a handful of seconds. So I believe that was going to be Marin is fine. Hernandez and Sealer have both retired. Duport several laps down, and I think we're going to call it there. That is going to be Utz, Hilmarty, Breno, and Marin bumping up. And in just a few minutes, well, in about 15 minutes, we'll have the next semifinal. The semifinal A for 1/5 F1 out on track. That's going to be Carlos Fabregas, Andy Bloom, Maurizio Borsoni, Corentin Laville, Claudio Alberti, Carol Joan Fabregas, so both of the Fabregas team out there, and Mirko Tinti in the 7th position. So 7 cars each in each of these F1 semifinals. Not a huge field, but the top 4 are going to go into the final. The top 4 from each of the semifinals. 2 semifinals, top 4. That's 4 racers, so 8 bump ups, and they'll be joining Sebastian Marino and Saverio Rosignoli in the final. In their final. And that is going to be another 25-minute race, and that will be at 2 p.m. Central European Time. And then immediately, well, I say immediately, there'll be a short break, and at 3 p.m. Central European Time is the start of the touring car final. And we will have a live show starting very soon. So this stream will end that you're viewing on EFRA, Facebook or YouTube, Red RC, RC Racing TV, and pullstart.tv. This stream will end and pick up with a live studio show that you can watch on EFRA, RC Racing TV, and Red RC. That will have some video inserts. We'll have Nick in the studio. He'll be joining us live, and lots of fun. So be sure and take part. So we'll end this one here and take a little break.
J'étais à côté, j'étais là, oh putain, c'est hier là. Il y a Sandrine, il y a des mots qui viennent de dire. Eux, ils sont stressés quand ils toi, tu as fait au dos que toi. Il a perdu 50 cm. Non, mais ce que je vois, c'est qu'il est en train de faire un coup, quoi. Il est quand même en train de faire des couilles avec sa corde. C'est une horreur à l'instant. Là, il y a 20 minutes. parce que ça va arriver dans l'ombre et vous l'avez vu. Ah oui, c'est bon, on est là. Joueur.
Ah oui, ça trop de ton châssis.
Parce que là, ça les a mis. Par contre, c'est Staton, il y a des peurs qui avaient comme ça. Ah ouais, il a pas de peur à l'eau. Seulement, il va être mon peur à l'eau. Alors, raté.
Ouais, il a un peu non mais non conformité ou quoi que ce soit. Donc ils vont attendre que le demi soit terminé pour rendre les voitures. Elle est comment là aussi?
Okay, driver, the track is open. 5 minutes to start.
Allez, la fuite.
Teodoro, in questa semifinale c'è uno stop and go per Corentin Laviglia.
All right, we are back with our coverage of the EFRA large-scale on-road European Championships in Fiorano, Italy. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Whether you're on pullstart.tv, Red RC, RC Racing TV, or EFRA, we welcome one and all. Don't forget to share this the stream link with your RC and non-RC friends, because how often do you see Formula One cars of this size racing? Well, I mean, apart from the full-size ones, how often do you see model versions of them this size, I should say, racing around the beautiful Fiorano MiniCar Autodromo Jody Scheckter, just about a mile or so from the actual Fiorano Ferrari test facility. So we've got the semi-final A of Formula One about to come out. They're doing their warm-up laps right now, as you can see. As soon as they go into the pits, they will play a little montage and follow the formation lap around. So we picked up a viewer in Australia. G'day, mate. And bom dia to our viewers in Brazil. Good morning to all of our English-speaking friends. Buenos dias, buongiorno, and bonjour. For anyone watching elsewhere. And guten Morgen. That one. About to come in, I think, now. So we'll just have a little break just for a second. Oh, sorry. Cars are being, they come into the pits, final bit of refueling, because this is a 25-minute race. They shouldn't be in danger of running out of fuel, but we have seen it happen. Actually, a couple of our top racers had to stop running their qualifiers because their mechanics didn't refuel them after the warm-up laps. So a bit of a schoolboy error there. Bit of confusion there. I mean, they've got massive numbers on the cars, so okay, they're out on their formation laps. And for anyone curious, in the shade at the moment, it's 37.7 degrees Celsius. So what these guys are doing, they're doing a formation lap, just like Formula One full-size races. Drive around, position themselves on the grid. So unlike 10th scale, they don't have officials marching up and down the pit lane. They do make sure that they're in the correct, they're not too far forward in their position. So we're just a few seconds away from starting.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
Okay, so we don't have live timing functioning at the moment, but I will keep you informed of what's happening. No, as we can see, everyone off to a decent start. Everyone in number order still, 1 through 7. And we're going to concentrate on this battle with the Sauber car, the 4th and 5th car. Looks like they're a little close at the moment. Obviously, this is the very start of the race, so anything can happen, as we've seen. One car going into the grass, and you see a pass for second. Okay, so the second car of Bloom has fallen back into fourth. He's fourth at the moment. So we're following this battle as we're coming around the... Yes, okay, so the blue and pink car is in fourth at the moment, being chased by the Red Bull car, the yellow-nosed... he's gotten past now, the 6 of Fabregas, Carol Joan Fabregas. We got Carol Carlos Fabregas in the lead.
Engine change. Engine change.
And he's got a good distance over the number 3 of Borsoni. And then it's the 6 of Carol Joan Fabregas, followed by Andy Bloom, who started second. So he's going to want his position back. And you've got a number 2 in your car in your final. You don't want to finish any lower than 2, really. And finish, and wide into the first hairpin. Bloom gets, oh no, that's not Bloom, that's the car 7. It's a bit of a crash and bump going down the main straight. So that is, okay, so the car's going into the, first car's into the Omega. That's our battle for 4th, but it is a 4-car battle with the 4, 2, 7, and 5. Try and get the timing screen operating here for so I can read off the names for you. Fabregas, Borsoni, Fabregas, Laville, Bloom, Alberti, and Tinti. Our current order. So things have shaken out a bit now. So let's follow this one car forward. The first car across the kink going into the first hairpin, the number 4 of Laville, followed by Bloom, Alberti, and Tinti, who've all just crossed behind. Fastest lap so far from Carol Joan Fabregas in 3rd with a 19.8. So we've got Fabregas, Borsoni, Fabregas, and Laville. We're following Laville with the Sauber-inspired classic Sauber, I would say, I suppose. With Bloom in the BWT dark blue and pink behind. He's about to get challenged by Alberti, followed by Tinti. So spread out now. Not great line there coming out of the kink for Laville. Getting a bit on the grass, and that lets Bloom catch up another few car lengths. So we're sticking with these, this 4th place, and as it develops, as Bloom in the car behind gets closer and closer, you can see them there in the same shot. And there again, in the second hairpin around commentator's corner. Laville, watching him very closely to see if he starts making mistakes and let Bloom get closer and closer. It looks like Bloom is catching, but going a bit wide in the first hairpin. And so any mistake that Laville seems to do, Bloom makes a very slight mistake that loses him any gained time. Podium does seem to be getting visibly closer, so the gap between them is currently, well, the last time they crossed the line it was 1.4 seconds. Let's see what it is now. He's definitely gaining. Let's see if the timing loop proves me right. Oh no, he's lost time again now. I was watching the timing screen, so I'm not sure if Bloom went a bit wide. On the last corner. Coming across the line again. 8.8 behind the leader and 1.3, so that is 2.7, I think. Very quick mental math. We have the timing screen that I can see is just shows the distance to the leader, not the distance to the car immediately ahead on track. So we'll see if this battle develops. Meanwhile, I'll keep an eye on that while we look for our leader, Carlos Fabregas, in car 1. He's one of the Red Bull cars, coming into the first hairpin now, and into the second hairpin. The Red Bull car is immediately identifiable by that yellow nose and the yellow top to the engine cover. And in the bright light of the day, full sun out, very, well, almost non-existent cloud cover. Basically, it looks like a black car with yellow bits. So this is, we're trying to, Jude, we need to find, going into the Omega now and across the kink is our number 1 car. And there we are, into the second hairpin and commentator's corner. Running the classic Red Bull racing scheme. This is Carlos Fabregas. Fastest lap, 19.6. He's about to come up on Mirko Tinti and Claudio Alberti, who are having a battle to see who will finish in not last place. It's the battle for second to last, meaning the battle for 6. There's only 7 cars in this race. 7 cars in the last race as well, the the semi-final A. Fabregas slowly gaining on them. 17 minutes and 15 seconds left in this one. So we're trying to sort out the timing on screen for everybody. Meanwhile, I'll read off the order and the times. So the order at the moment, still Fabregas for Sony, the other Fabregas, Carl Joan Fabregas, and Corentin Laville. That's for bump up positions. I'm watching the car 4 of Laville, who has got Andy Bloom in the car 5 chasing him down. No major changes there. So we're just giving our leader, Carlos Fabregas, some screen time. And
Facciamo attenzione alla 5, che hai una macchina veloce dietro. Grazie la 5, quando puoi, ok, andiamo. like to remind all drivers and mechanics that the times that you can see on the screen are not official because we will have to make some change in the lap time of car number 4. So please keep in mind that the times are not official until the end of the race. Thank you. Facciamo attenzione alla 5, la 5, grazie. Ok, facciamo attenzione sempre alla 5, grazie. Ottimo, buono. lap time of car number 4. Car number 4 visually is the third place, so please keep in mind that the screen, times on the screen are not official, and we are going to make change in the lap time of car number 4. Please keep in mind.
to go.
Attention on the right, not in the track line. We have a marshal on the track. After the main express. Let's go now to the main.
Seconds to go. Seconds to go. Seven. Finish 3.
Take it easy. Attention on the track line. Okay, track clear. Remember driver's track. Time of the score on the screen, items are not official because we have to make some changes.
Race is over.
The last time of car number 4.
Donc ils se sont trompés, ils vont lui enlever l'eau. Donc ça se trouve. Bah non, parce que eux qui font
Bah, ils demandaient à Tony, mais c'est Tony qui s'est arrêté. Mais non, Tony, ils l'ont pas dit, c'est nous en bas, on a dit au gars, Tony il a changé le moteur. Il a dit non, bah on est ici.
Tony, il a commencé à dire putain, moi je serais pas, j'étais à 4 tours, putain, non,
Oui, fallait qu'il s'arrête parce que si ça se fait. Ah bah oui, les autres ils devaient lancer, c'est peut-être. Non mais voilà. Non, ça t'a motivé, je pense. Je pense que derrière, par taper dedans, on est déjà stressé de fou. Ouais.
Et Corentin, il fait bien un handicap, n'oublie pas que tu fasses premier. Donc, ils ont dit, tiens, on va lui mettre un petit Saplingo, comme ça on verra comment il est. Et tu tiens bien la pression.
Ça passe.
Le premier s'est arrêté là, non?
Il n'y a pas de marque. Quand tu connais ça, on avait peur. Si vous, j'ai fait en vrai. Là, je suis premier à l'égalisation, il est sorti après, il a fait une bête, de toute façon.
Il a un tour d'avance.
Et là, quand les deux sont accrochés, t'as eu le virage plus là, c'est juste, non mais juste ce moment-là, plus à l'intérieur.
Non, mais il a des tours d'avance.
Je les ai vus aussi. C'est mieux, au moment où t'as pris où il fallait prendre le virage.
Du RC, on essaye de faire quelque chose pour être comme le vrai. Le mec, il s'arrête 4 tours avant la fin, mais quel droit? Le mec, il va y envoyer, il s'arrête 4 tours avant la fin, il sait qu'il a gagné. C'est pas normal. Ça reste quand même.
Parce que non, c'est clair, c'est pas une go pour.
Et Tony, c'est lui qui arrive jamais.
Non, mais là, ça va. Ça pourrait être fini 5, quand il s'est plus cher par la course, parce qu'il était 2.
Là, c'était 20 minutes.
25.
25. Au moins, on peut la course.
Comme ça, après, il peut mal aller là.
Tu veux voir quelque chose, mon amour?
Non, moi c'est mieux.
Non, Thibaut, tu vas voir? Non, bah attends, je vais aller.
Il est bien marché en lui quand il sait que son moteur est au bout.
On évite la chaleur.
On va pas jouer sur la galette. Ah oui. Je dirais, pas de mettre les gars, c'est rester derrière parce que parce que le côté, voilà. C'est pas facile à gérer.
Tu roules, et voilà.
C'est quand il a fait la casquette. La quand t'as mis là-bas, tu vas y prendre une nouvelle là.
Regarde. Ah, la pousse. Ah, il était pas dedans.
Le mec il arrive, même s'il est à 50 il est arrivé.
C'est un règlement de petite fille. Dans le règlement, je dois passer pour 6
Et ça, il est arrivé avec la voiture là, pilote. Là, il n'y a pas de pilote, c'est le mec. Le mec s'est arrivé à 50 cm, le mec il est arrivé. Il est arrivé, il a 5 tours d'avance.
À la rigueur, ça devrait être le pilote qui conduit. Ouais, mais parce que c'est le règlement. Tu peux pas dire au mec descends sur la piste et pousse ta voiture alors que les autres voitures roulent. Non, c'est pas possible. Bah regarde, il a bien poussé sur la piste. Dans ce cas-là, moi, les 5 premières minutes, je vais pas pousser la voiture pour la faire poser sur la piste. Tu peux pas pousser la voiture. Tu gères ton train, tu gères ton truc d'accord. Ouais, mais tu peux te la limite quand même.
Ça.
Ouais, je suis arrivé, tu sais, je suis là-haut parce que... Oh, ouais, les gars, oh, le meilleur coup volant que j'ai placé de ma vie. Regardez, je vais pas aller manger parce que c'est de la merde. Ouais, finalement, le principal, il est
Okay, track is open.
À passer
Start. Minutes to start.
Okay, all cars the pit lane, all cars the pit lane.
Okay, we are about ready to start the Touring Car Semifinals B. Welcome to everybody who's watching the stream. This is our live show. And cars are, as you can see, are being prepped by the mechanics. You can see Ian Audi from EFRA and BRCA observing the mechanic work. Mechanics are refueling for this 30-minute semifinal. Top 4 will advance automatically to the final and join Marius Hetland and Marcus Feldman, who are already qualified directly into the final. And yes, that is a Lightning McQueen body. Yeah. Car 0 this race.
Okay, car number 1, 2, 3,
And they're being called out. This is Alessio Mazzeo.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And this is a formation lap. They're being led out by Emmanuel D'Amico. In the car 1, we've got Bernard Alain Arnoldi. In 2, Constantino Nicola Moroni. In 3, Giovanni Verbrugge. 4, Gianmarco Martelli in car 5. Hessel Roskam, who we've talked to for quite some time yesterday. Make sure and watch that clip back, that section of the live stream back yesterday. Mirko Grigic, Stefan Strasser, Rick Vanderbilt, and Adam Westholm are bump-ups from the quarterfinal B, and they're all on the track. And we're less than about 10 seconds away from starting. What are the mechanics doing? They're just repositioning, just making sure that they're in the correct spot and not too far forward. And there we go, Teodoro from Amsky lowering the Italian flag to start the race.
8, 7, 6, 5,
3 seconds.
4, 3,
Raises the flag, and they are off. So far, numerical order. Going around the infield into the Omega and across the kink for the first time. Top 4 cars are going to advance directly into the final. So we're going to watch the car 4 and 5 going into the first corner now. The green, white and green and the white and orange cars. Slight gap to the first 3 cars, but this is our battle for 4th. It's already a 4-car battle. Going to the first hairpin, the second hairpin, number 4 car, that's for Brugge, followed very closely by Martelli, then Roskam and Grigic. And they're catching the number 3 car, Moroni. See how this battle develops. We are watching them very closely. I'm sure Javier, our race referee, is watching them even more intently. 4 and 5, even closer together now, losing a few car lengths to that car 3. This is a 30-minute race. You can see drivers and their mechanics watching intently. They're going to be paying very close attention in the last dying minutes of this race to see how fuel and engine tuning and setups last. We had some amazing insights to the tuning and all aspects of these cars yesterday from Hessel Roskam and Alessio Mazzeo, who's in this race. Vaselli in the next one. These guys nose to tail. And if you were following us earlier, our semifinal our quarterfinals with Klug and Mazzeo, absolutely super intense. Mazzeo not making a single mistake and holding off Klug to take the win. And they were nose to tail just like this for 20 minutes. This is a 30-minute race, though, so anything can happen, and even more so in the final 10 minutes as tires wear out, engine tuning changes, and driver fatigue starts to set in, especially for these guys who are bumping up. They've already run a 20-minute race, all the racers who started from 7th to 10th, and now they've got a 30-minute race to deal with. 4 and 5, nose to tail, going down the main straight. In the first corner, very high speed. We saw cars hitting 88 kilometers an hour. That's 55 miles an hour. And across the kink into the first hairpin. Into the second hairpin. Absolutely no mistakes from either of these two. Verbrugge and Martelli. It's like they have a tow rope between them. Verbrugge distancing Martelli by maybe a car length or so. Top 3 cars all still in order. D'Amico, Arnaldi, and Moroni. We're concentrating on the 4th and 5th of Verbrugge and Martelli. Roscam in the 6th, next behind, then Grigic. Into the second hairpin. Around commentator's corner, across the Tricolore. Timing loop. There's 2 loops. Tricolore one, the Italian colored one. Is our first main loop, and we do have a backup loop, which is the white line immediately after it. It looks like Verbrugge is catching up slightly to Moroni. So we could have a 3-car battle for 3rd. And I'm curious, as I'm sure you all are, how Martelli is going to handle this, because if he can get past both cars and get himself into 3rd, of course he's going to take that. We've got the 6 and then the 7, Roscam and Grigic immediately behind. That Omega and the hairpins, very important to the passing areas. Going down the main straight, hardly anything separating them. Verbrugge and Martelli separated by about 4/10 on track as they cross the line, and even closer now. Did Verbrugge make a mistake, or did Verbrugge or Martelli just break it just a tiny bit later? And now Martelli under some intense pressure from Roscam in that yellow and red machine. Most of the cars running Alfa Romeo bodies. Didn't have enough time with our top drivers in the control tower yesterday to find out about aerodynamics. But as you can see, if you're a Nitro racer or familiar with the Nitro RC, there are no holes cut in the windscreens of these cars. It's a full windscreen, so quite a lot of downforce. Roscam really putting the pressure on Martelli, as Verbrugge has gotten a bit of distance from Martelli now. Maybe, it looks like, possibly, Martelli's running slightly defensive line to make sure that Roscam doesn't try to throw a pass in. These 3 cars, the white and green, the white and orange, and the yellow and red, running nose to tail almost, 4th, 5th, and 6th positions. It's also the car number, so they have not shifted in car position. In fact, no one is out of position. D'Amico way ahead, almost a full straight. He's about 2.8 seconds ahead of former European champion Bernard Allen Arnaldi. 3 seconds now. Moroni, another 1.1 seconds behind, and then this group. Well, Verbrugge, and then this group. Verbrugge has definitely distanced Martelli. Apologies, Moroni is in 3rd position, and he is distanced Verbrugge. And then it's Martelli in the white and green. So it looks like the green and the orange cars are coming closer together now. Something's happened with Roscam. So let's follow the green and orange cars just coming to Hut Corner now into the infield. Looks like this is definitely a developing battle now again for 4th position. The number 4 and 5 cars of Verbrugge and Martelli. Hard braking into these hairpins around commentator's corner across the finish line. Into that very, very quick first corner. They do brake very hard, but they're hitting over 50 miles an hour before they actually hit the brakes. Intense pressure on all of these guys because, as we heard from Alessio Mazzeo yesterday, his goal was to make, hit the podium. This isn't even his primary racing class. He's more of a nitro touring car racer, a nitro 1/8. And here he is running large scale. He said almost basically just for fun. So the leader 3.5 seconds ahead of Arnaldi. The leader being Emmanuel D'Amico from Italy, Arnaldi from France, Moroni from Italy, Verbrugge from Belgium, Martelli from Italy, Roskamp from the Netherlands. And we are with Verbrugge. Still, he's made some time. He's got a gap back now to Martelli. Ooh, Martelli up on 2 wheels. Roskamp has just been passed by Grigic. Not focus on that. It's unfortunate for Roskamp. I'm sure he's going to try and get the position back immediately. It's the best way to do it. We'll keep an eye on him and what they're able to do together. Looks like Grigic is gapping him. So does this mean Grigic? You might see a bright yellow, bright orange flash behind these two. You can only just barely make him out in some of the shots. But we are following the car 4 of Giovanni Verbrugge, who's in the 4th and final bump-up position. 20 minutes roughly remain, 20 and a half minutes remaining in this one. As you see the Lightning McQueen car, Adam Westholm is about to get lapped by our leader, D'Amico, running a Mechatech. He's already let him pass. We've got a dead car in just about in the infield, the blue and white car. Ooh, and that's, now our battle for 4th has just developed because Verbrugge flipped over just before the finish line, and we've got Martelli just behind him now. 4 and 5, hang on, our 3 car. I miss it as I was looking down, our 3 car has had a crash somewhere and is in 10th. So this is actually our very, very, very close battle for 3rd and 4th. So let's see if these guys will be able to keep the pace going and not slow each other down. And we missed, unfortunately, what happened to Moroni, but he's running in 10th. He's still running. He's already a lap down, so he must have maybe gone in, or maybe there was a stop and go, or I don't imagine he would have had a stop and go. But it's irrelevant to this battle because this battle for 3rd is very intense indeed. These guys, top level racers, Verbrugge and Martelli, Belgium and Italy, and we've got, as you can see, Marco Grigic rapidly catching them. So is Martelli, or Verbrugge, holding up Martelli by running defensive lines and allowing Grigic and even Roskamp to catch them. This could be a 4-car battle for 3rd. And only 2 are going to be happy at the end of it. Looks like these 2 cars have, Grigic getting a bit squirrely, losing some ground, allowing whoa, and is that Verbrugge flips over again? Oh man, so there we go. Let's follow this the white and orange car into the Omega. There we go. This is Martelli running in 3rd, and just behind him, about half a straight, and catching rapidly. As long as they don't get too aggressive on the throttle, we've got Grigic and Roskamp. Verbrugge crashing out. I think that was off camera, and I do apologize. So we've got 17 and a half minutes left in this. Anything can happen. And as Dario Vaselli was telling me earlier, especially in the last 5 and 10 minutes, because we're going to see huge changes to the engine tuning and the tire condition of these cars. He was telling me even it's mental condition of the racers. He's saying the setup almost doesn't even matter. As long as you have a decent base setup, which all of these top drivers will, the setup doesn't even matter because it comes down to mental fortitude, holding off the pressure of the car immediately behind you, and making sure that your engine tuning stays consistent. So we're following Gianmarco Martelli, who's got Marko Grigic. Again, rapidly catching him. Largescale has fallen off the pace of these two now. I think Martelli, I think Grigic just made a mistake. And that's Martelli passing Adam Westholm, car number 10. One of our bump ups from the quarterfinals. He goes down the main straight, down the main into the first corner. 81 kilometers an hour for Martelli. Ooh, and up on two wheels. That lets both Westholm and Grigic make up some time. Several car lengths there, because you have to get off the throttle, and suddenly, here's our battle going down the main straight into the first turn. 80 kilometers an hour. They are holding their pace. They're definitely not doing qualifying pace. They're doing fastest lap is 18.5. Dario was telling me you can do 18.2s, but you won't be able to maintain it. You have to dial it back a bit. You can't drive 10 tenths. It's not qualifying anymore. This is a much longer race than a 10-minute qualifier. Into the Omega, across the kink. Keep it clean, keep it off the grass so you maintain your traction for the next several turns. And second hairpin around the commentator's corner, the 5 and the 7. Martelli, Grigic, this is the battle for third, coming into the infield now. Around the Omega, across the kink once again. Now the painted curbs that you see, those are painted garden paving slabs, so they're not serrated like you would find on a full-scale circuit that does Formula One or touring car racing. So they don't actually lift up the car, but there's so much, they're painted with a grippy paint, and then there's so much rubber that has been laid down on all of the curbs. I think that was a bit of a weird curb hop by Martelli there, allowing Grigic to get just a bit closer, maybe half a car length or so. Comes around commentator corner just in front of us across the Tricolore timing loop. 80 kilometers an hour again into that first corner. So they're maintaining their speed. Dario was telling me these guys are absolutely on the edge of tire grip, especially at the very end of the race. Engine tuning, because of the heat, it's currently 36 degrees outside in the shade. Track temperature about 52 degrees. Very, very hot, very, very tense, and a 30-minute race as well. 5 and the 7 of Martelli and Grigic. Going down the main straight, nose to tail. Not far behind them, about a full straight, is Hessel Roskam waiting to pick up the pieces. If these two should come together, go off into the grass, or take each other out somehow. This is touring car racing after all. Roskam getting past the Lightning McQueen car of Adam Westholm. So now there's nothing between him and this battle coming into the Omega and into the first hairpin. A little bit more gap now between these two. I think Martelli is maybe realizing he doesn't need to run the defensive lines. Just keep it on the black stuff, shiny side up, as they go down the main straight. And absolutely clear track ahead of them until Arnoldi, who is running in second in the number 2 car. The number 1 car is even further ahead. I spot him on track. Yeah, the number 1 car, a couple seconds ahead, maybe 3 seconds. As these two go across the kink once again. The point is, ooh, that was almost an attempt at a pass. And Grgic taking the wide line there. Maybe just trying to, because if, maybe just taking it back a bit, maybe that was an intentional wide line coming out of the last turn, because if Martelli runs a bunch of defensive lines, that's going to let Largescale catch up to him. Let's see if we can zoom out just a bit so we can see the next car behind these two. You can see Largescale there just entering the infield. There he is on screen. Those 3 cars, that is 3rd, 4th, and 5th. So if my point is if Martelli runs a bunch of defensive lines for a few laps, that's going to slow him and Grgic down and let Largescale catch Grgic. Which maybe that's what he wants to do, because then Grgic will have to run defensive lines. Or is the track in the last 11 minutes now? Oh, and Grgic has just gone off at the last corner. Largescale now past him, so let's focus on Largescale and Grgic going into the Omega now, across the kink. Grgic, no traction, taking it easy. Got grass all over his tires. It should be burned off by now. Largescale was telling us at least half a lap you have no grip after you run off track. So Largescale, we could see that he was already catching Grgic just very slightly. Is Largescale going to be able to now catch Martelli, or is Grgic going to be able to catch Largescale? Let's focus on that middle car between them of Largescale, the yellowy gold car, and red going into the first hairpin. Number 6 going into the second hairpin. 6 and 7, this is the order that they started in anyway, and they've got the leader coming up on them to lap them all. So of course they're going to be called by Javier, our race referee, verbal blue flags. Announcements that only the drivers can hear. There's a speaker just for the referee to talk to the drivers. Doesn't go out on the general public announcement system. So Largescale going into the first hairpin. And then the second. Grgic, a little kind of a weird steering moment there. Maybe he's just checking what kind of grip he's got on his front tires in these last 9 minutes now. 9 minutes remaining in this one. So this is where Dario said it's going to get very, very interesting. And I'm sure he is watching, and all of the semifinal racers are watching very, very closely to see how the engine tuning is holding up, how the tires are holding up. There's no color marking on these tires, so it's easy to see what compound everyone is running. But if you have a teammate out there that you know is running soft, ultra soft, or super soft, oh, and Largescale spins out. That allows Grgic past. So we are on Martelli. The number 7, as the number 8 flips over in front of us, Stefan Strasser, unfortunately, as Marshall, I'm sure, is running to him. But is that going to affect Grgic here? He's going to pass him. We'll see his mechanic on screen. Nope, no problem at all. Won't take his attention away, but he probably was forewarned of that crash by his mechanic acting as spotter. And also, the race referee also calling that out to the drivers on the stand. Martelli crossing the finish line. He's now 4 seconds ahead of Grgic, who is, well, several seconds ahead of Largescale. Following Grgic, the car number 7. Largescale 4 cars behind. Roscam has just been lapped by the number 2 car of Arnoldi. So the running order now, D'Amico on his 73rd lap, Arnoldi also on his 73rd. Martelli just crossed to finish his 72nd lap. Grigic just finished his 72nd. Roscam just crossed now as well. So it's quite a spread. Between Arnoldi and Martelli, second and third, there's 12 seconds. Between Martelli and Grigic, 3 and a bit seconds, almost 3 seconds. And then we have Grigic and Roscam. That's our battle for 4th. We are on Grigic, who is on our 4th and final bump-up position. Roscam, unfortunately, not even on the same screen as Grigic as he comes down the main straight and into that first corner. 83 kilometers an hour, so slightly faster than the other guys. Grigic actually just a few seconds, a couple seconds behind Martelli. So this could become a battle for 3rd. There's 6 minutes remaining, so it seems like he is catching Martelli. So we could see Martelli in very quickly on the screen again. Roscam looks like he's falling back further, unfortunately. Grigic going into the infield, around the Omega. And that white and orange car you can just see is Martelli in the number 5. A developing and possible battle for 3rd, which, as we've seen, could turn into a battle for 4th once again. Right, so the order still is D'Amico, Arnoldi, Martelli, Grigic. Van der Bol has taken over from Roscam. Roscam's fallen down to the 8th position off camera. So very bad luck for him. He's not going to be bumping up, it looks like. 18.5 consistent laps, 19 second laps now. Everyone has kind of slowed down a bit, it looks like. Well, we kind of knew this would happen because it's the last 5 minutes of the race. Actually, we got 4 1/4 minutes left. And we're following Marco Grigic. His next challenger behind is car 9, who's about half a lap behind, or maybe about a third of a lap. Just had to stop go way off camera. I'm not sure what happened there, but that's all right. Grigic, that's the leader once again, about to come around and lap him down the main straight. I think he's probably just going to wait until the referee actually calls it, unless his mechanic tells him. Mechanics acting as spotters, marshals, mechanics, and more. There he goes, he lets him by. Oh, has Grigic just run out of fuel. Grigic has just run out of fuel, and Van der Bol is now past him into 4th. Oh, tragedy. Here we go. That's exactly what we were talking about. 3 minutes remaining, and he's run out of fuel. This is exactly what we were talking about. This could exactly happen in the final, which is also a 30-minute race. Van der Bol now, the car number 9. He's got Roscam somehow has leapt up from 8th into 5th. So where's Roscam? Roscam. Okay, so Van der Bol across the kink now in the red number 9 car, going into the second hairpin. The next car behind him, that's Hessel Roscam in the car 6. This is our battle for 4th. 2.5 minutes remaining. It suddenly exploded.
we have a car out of the stay out for.
So let's see what the last lap times were. 19.5 seconds pretty much for everybody except for Maroney. Cars running out of fuel everywhere at the end of the straight. Who was it? That was one of our leaders, I think. Car number 4 has just run out of fuel for Brugge. It is fuel running out. Carnage. Wow. So, what is it as Vanderbilt and Hessel, Roscam cross the line? So it's still those two in 4th and 5th. D'Amico is out. Our leader has just run out of fuel. I think that was the car at the end of the straight. So Arnaldi is now our new leader. Martelli's now in 2nd. Vanderbilt now in 3rd. Roscam has just run out of fuel. Roscam out. Maroney's taken over 4th. It's carnage. Let's go to the start-finish line, Jude. Pick up Arnaldi, our current leader. Everyone has slowed down. 20-second laps. 20.3 for Arnaldi. He's got a lap on Martelli, so he can slow right down. These guys are treading water as they're coming across the finish line. Look how slow they're going. No chance of flipping over or traction rolling. And we are down to 6 runners from 10 just a couple of laps ago. 5 runners. Was that Strasser has also run out, so we're down to 5. 4 of them on the straight now. Javier's telling them, take it easy. I'm sure they're all aware. Wow, 20 seconds remaining. We've got Arnaldi, Martelli, Vanderbilt, and Maroney. Wow. If one more car flames out or runs out of fuel, we're going to have a Lightning McQueen car in the European Championship final. Arnaldi's still holding on. He's got 94 laps. He's on his 95th at the moment. And these guys are trickling their way around the track. Oh, and up on 2 wheels. That's Maroney, just gone into the pits. He's out. 4 cars running. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, everyone is finished. Everyone's finished, so sorry. That was Westholm, Lightning McQueen not making it. So we've got Arnaldi, Martelli, Vanderbilt, and Maroney bumping up into the final. And that is it. We'll be right back.
Track is open.
Track is open.
Attention driver, the corner. Okay, track is clear.
To start.
All cars the pit lane, all cars the pit lane. Attention, car number 3 and car number 5, you have to stop and go for the engine change. Car number 3 and 5, okay? That's okay with you guys? You know that?
Cars 3 and 5
Okay.
are going to have a stop and go in this race. But as we've seen in the last race, which I really hope everyone saw, the semifinal B, it's all up in the air anyway until the last 5 minutes. So what we've got here is all the cars have been brought into the pit lane. Mechanics have refueled very, very carefully and making sure to refuel. Ian Audi, EFRA official in the pit lane, very carefully watching everyone. Cars are going out in numerical order for their formation lap.
4, 5, 6, 7,
Being
8,
counted out and shuffled out the pit lane.
30
We'll be
seconds.
starting this race in about 30 seconds. So in this one, we've got Andrea Catalani from Italy, Eduardo Ripetti from Italy, Dario Vaselli from Croatia, Cedric Prevost from France, Sindre Undheim from Norway, Tom Huck from Germany, and our bump-ups from the previous race, Ambrogio Vender, Alessio Mazzeo, Sasha Klug, and Kevin Tolinars. and I'm pretty sure I heard cars 3 and 5, that's Vaselli and Unheim, have a stop and go for changing their engine, because you're only allowed one engine for qualifying and the finals. And we see Teodoro from Amsky at the end of the straight. As soon as he lifts that flag, we're off, and there they go. Slow start for our Catalani. So that's the first time we've seen someone get a bad start, really, in these finals. So we've got 2, 4, 3, and 1. So let's follow these guys around for a couple of laps. Catalani going very tenderly. Oh, okay. They're doing their stops. Oh no, Vaselli's already done his stop and go. Catalani doing an engine tune. He's half a lap down now. There's going to be a full lap down in a moment. Oh, and that is number 4 of Prevost over in the second hairpin. Someone else coming in, the other number 5 car of Undheim for their stop and go. So, massive amounts of changes already. We've got Ripetti, I believe, in the lead. The car 7, the orange and green car, and then we've got a third battle for third with 4 and 6. So let's follow the yellow and orange cars going into the across the kink now. We've got a huge battle for 5th, which Dario has just taken from the car 8 of Mazzeo. This guy's doing 19 second laps, high 18s, which is probably not going to last, because as we saw in the last race, 3 or 4 minutes to the end, cars just started dropping like flies. We've got 36 degrees outside. The engines are running super hot. Engine tuning will be changing as the race goes on, and we've got a battle for 4th now going into the first corner. The 2 orange and blue cars, they're just into the infield going into the Omega now. The lead car is car number 6 of Tom Hawk, and the car immediately behind is Dario Vaselli, former large-scale off-road European champion. We're going to see him next week in Austria. But right now, he's not even thinking about off-road and jumps or anything like that. He's thinking about getting past Tom. He started in 3rd. He had a stop and go for an engine change. And there is a lot of crashing happening behind. That is pretty normal for RC touring car racing, or RC touring car racing in general. But we're concentrating on these 2. Going down the main straight and into the first corner. Jude going into the Omega. The orange and blue cars. The orange and blue cars. Forward, forward, forward. Into the hairpin now. Those 2 cars. That's our battle for 4th. Okay, sorry, we have some communications difficulties. We are working on it. But meanwhile, on camera, we've got car 0 of Tolinars in 6th, who we're following on screen. Off camera, we've got a battle for 4th developing between the car 3 and 6 of Vaselli, who has now passed into 4th. He's gotten ahead of Tom Hawk. Coming out of the Omega and across the kink. So these guys doing high 18s. Ambrosio Vender doing 18.5. Vaselli doing high 18.9. Mazzeo 18.9. So Vaselli was telling me that he's no one's going to be doing qualifying pace, which was 18.2 was the fastest lap that we saw. So low 18s. So not sure if Jude, our cameraman, can hear me yet. We're trying to get to the second hairpin. There we go. Okay, that is Dario Vaselli going down the main straight and into the first corner. A couple laps ago, apologies to our viewers. We just lost communications to Jude for a couple minutes there, so we weren't able to follow the battle properly. But this is Dario Vaselli. He's just passed Tom Hawk from Germany. Vaselli was telling me that the racers in the semifinals and the finals are doing 30-minute races now instead of 10-minute qualifying or even 20-minute quarters in the 8th semis, finals, sorry. So mid to low 18s are too fast, basically, because they only have a certain amount of fuel, and fuel needs to be, just like Formula One, fuel needs to remain in the fuel tank or carburetor for the scrutineers to check, and the top 3 cars do have the fuel checked. So Vaselli catching Cedric Prevost in that yellow car, just flashing ahead as he's coming into the infield and around the Omega and across the kink into that first hairpin and that second hairpin. Dario, I'm sure, driving it smart, not wanting to make too many lunges and force Cedric to drive defensively, because that will slow them both down. So either get up to Prevost's rear bumper and stay there until Tom Hawk starts to threaten, or just make a quick pass and start pulling away from Prevost, because he is catching him. We'll check what his gap is. At the moment, it's 1.1 seconds. When they cross the line, it is now 1 second. So he's making up a tenth that last lap, but he's visibly closer now. Prevost may have gone a bit wide. So let's keep the yellow and the orange and blue car on screen. These are a battle for third. Into the infield, around the Omega, across the kink. The gap between them now only, that's 0.8 of a second last time they crossed the line. See what it is just now, even closer, 0.6. So Dario's definitely catching him 0.2 of a second a lap at the moment. If Prevost, his last lap is a 19.1. So if he starts driving defensive as Dario gets closer and closer. Now 0.7. So he didn't gain any time. Seems like maybe Prevost has pushed his pace up a bit. These guys driving maybe 6 or 7 tenths instead of 10 tenths. The gap last time still 0.8 actually. But definitely, well, he's maintaining that gap map maybe. I'm sure he is aware that Tom Hawk is well behind. He's about a third of a lap behind. Tom Hawk just crossing the finish line now. He is almost 5 seconds behind Dario. So Dario can safely just stay in this position and maybe pressure Prevost into a mistake and take the second to last bump up position. It's the top 4, remember, that bump up into the final from this semifinal A, sorry. The bump ups from the quarterfinals were Alessio Mazzeo, Sasha Klug, and Kevin Tolinars. They're currently running. Mazzeo has moved up 1 position. Klug is just ahead of him in 6th spot. Catalani after that engine tune. It's worth it to Catalani. Well, I'll just finish the sentence before I move into another thought. Catalani had a very slow start which made him go into the pits at the end of the first lap and get an engine tune, which apparently is allowed. I wasn't aware of that. It's the first time I've actually seen that happen. And then continued on. So he's started 2 laps down. We started 1 lap down, and now he's 2 laps down from the leaders. So, however, it's worth it to stay out and see what happens in the last 5 to 10 minutes. Because, as I was saying earlier, Dario gave some very interesting insight, because we saw all of the top racers watching the lower finals earlier today with some interest, because it's the last 5 or 10 minutes of the race that really amp up the stress and the excitement. So if you watched our previous semifinal B, you will know exactly what I meant. So comments in the chat asking, is Ian Audi racing? No, he's an F1 official this week. He told us he will be racing in Austria, though. Next week we are covering the large-scale off-road European Championships from Fehring in Austria. Always a good time there in the middle of the cornfield or watermelon field or whatever it is they're growing this time. We're still with Dario, as he's basically just following and pacing Cedric Prevost. They're both doing 18.5 for Prevost that last time and 18.8 for Vaselli. So Dario just pacing him, just keeping it steady, doing the old lift and coast thing, because apparently, especially down the straight, Largescale was telling us yesterday in a very enlightening chat that we had with him over about an hour between and during some of the lower finals. You can do the lift and coast down the main straight and not really lose all that much time. I'd imagine probably about halfway down the straight, once you reach your top speed, because these are just single speed cars, once you reach top speed, which is pretty quick, just lift off and coast, and then brake at the very, very end of the straight, and you don't really lose all that much time. So it's probably what these guys are doing. There's 17 and a half minutes left in this one. Not quite at halfway yet. Dario going into... No, Cedric is trying to lap, or has he already gotten past? I think he's already gotten past the 0 of Kevin Tolinars. So Dario is next. Dario running 4th in the final bump-up position. Cedric running 3rd in the, obviously the 3rd bump-up position. So while these guys are kind of just pacing each other, see if we can find the car 2 of Eduardo Ripetti. Because I'll need to get familiar with his paint scheme anyway. Car 2 is just coming in the first hairpin now, and then now the second hairpin. So we'll follow Eduardo for a little bit, the white, blue, and yellow car into the first corner.
1 leader behind you, one.
Apologies for that. We are experimenting today. Yeah, so Ripetti across the finish line to finish his 44th lap. Did it 18.7 that last time. Ambrosio behind him did a 20-something second and backed that up with an 18.9. I should say backed it up, but he followed up with an 18.9. We do have a battle for 5th place, which is, could be interesting. Let's go to the Omega, and the orange fronted car followed by the, I suppose it's almost sky blue, number 9, Sasha Klug. These guys going into the first corner. Sasha, absolutely, I mean, he must be the most intense person ever on the track because he stayed absolutely glued to Alessio Mazzeo's back bumper for 20 solid minutes in their quarterfinals, and he's doing exactly the same to the car 6 of Tom Hawk. So this is a battle for 5th. It's not a bump-up battle, but this is just maybe, I suppose, like a demonstration maybe of how intense the racing can get. And these guys are doing what they did last time, 18.8 and 18.7. 1/10. This is what 1/10 of a second looks like on track. That's a 1/10 of a second difference between them. See what the gap is this time. It's 4/10 as they cross the line. But we're back to, yeah, that's a 10th now. So, Klug, I'm sure I've seen him race before at previous European finals, championships, but the master of intensity, or certainly a master of intensity, just willing Tom Hawk to make a mistake. Cut a corner, get some grass on the tires, steer a little bit too much, and bicycle up and have to come off throttle as the car 0 is being pulled into the pits. It's unfortunate for Kevin Tollenaars from the Netherlands. He's been pulled off, and looks like that is it for Kevin. As we're still watching Tom and Sasha just, it's not really a battle, it's just, well, I suppose it is a battle. It's a battle of wills. And keep in mind that Sasha Klug is all, oh, there we go, there's the pass. That's 5th place. Sasha Klug, that car 9, that sky bluey green. And now let's see, this will be interesting now. So let's see what he's instantly gapped him already. A lap, not even a lap later. So able to stay on the pace of Tom and pressure him into just going literally one car width wide into the second hairpin, dive bombed and took a clean pass for 5th place, and that puts him in a good position to capitalize on any of the top 4 guys later in the race if their engines or tire situation changes, which we again saw happen to over half the field in the semifinal B. So Klug doing 18.9 that last lap. Hawk trying to get his position back with an 18.8. Oh, and he goes 2 wheels up for Sasha. That means Tom is just a bit closer now. He's 4/10 behind before. And, well, he's still 4/10 now. So, no change. I think they were both coming off throttle anyway. And maybe Tom didn't want to dive bomb underneath that, so he held off on the throttle too, so who knows. We don't see telemetry from these guys, unfortunately. That would be maybe the next step. Maybe next year, next time, we'll have live telemetry from the radios. Yeah. We have some clever ones. Yeah, not us, other people. We outsource our cleverness. And hopefully in-source the further clever. So Klug leading Tom Hawk. Now Tom is putting on a bit of pressure. Tom getting a bit weird there with the steering. Now he's lost a bit of pace. Maybe he got a bit loose. I mean, he's steering straight at us in the control tower, so a little bit hard to see. So Klug, he was 6/10 ahead last time. He is 8/10 ahead now. It looks like he's stretching it, unless he makes another mistake. 18.6. So it looks like he's putting us mid-18s. That's the fastest lap that time around. So I think he's just upped his pace a bit. just like full-size racers do. Like, okay, let's turn the engine up, or maybe pull a bit harder on the throttle, and make a gap. And we got 10 minutes left. Okay, so I'm going to stand up because this is where it starts getting interesting. Everyone doing mid-19s in the top. They've already started slowing down. Mid-19s, 20-second laps for Vendor and Prevo. Okay, so where's Prevo on track? He is the car 4. Now this is a tricky one because we don't exactly know who to follow. Prevo going into the second hairpin because the carnage can and will start happening anywhere on track. We're going to start seeing cars slow right down. Whoa! Was that Prevo? That was Prevo getting caught up with car 7 of Vendor. I think it was going for a pass there, and that is... There we go, we got a... There's our replay. Yeah, car 7, Vendor, Ambrosio. Oh, geez. Not great there. And we're still with Prevo here. He's following car 6 with Tom Hawk. I think he's coming up to lap him or attempt. Krug is just ahead of Hawk still. I think in all that action, Hawk and Krug got ahead. So that is Krug now challenging the car 7. So let's go to the main straight. End of the main straight is our battle for 4th. These guys have to keep it easy because if you start pulling the trigger too much, you're going to be using too much fuel. And those last 3 minutes, as we well know, incredibly important. You got to finish your race. We're going to start seeing these guys slow down. 19-2, 18-9, 19-1, 19-2, 19-2 for the top 6 or so. Krug. Oh, that was it. Going off the track. Oh, Ambrosio. Making some mistakes. They're getting on the grass, losing traction, and letting 3 cars get ahead. So who we got here? We got the 4 Prevo. Now in 3rd place, followed by Tom Hawk, who's played the patient game. Krug behind him. Vendor then, and then car 5 of Undheim, all in the same time, all in the same area, space of track on the same lap. These 5 cars are battling for 3rd place. So let's see who can keep their strategy in place. We're following the lead guys who are battling for 3rd, Prevo and Hawk, but immediately behind them, about a half a second, is Krug and Vendor. And about a second behind them is Undheim. Mazzeo has just been lapped by our leader. He's about a half a lap behind these guys. But as I said, it's worth it to just keep steady. These guys know the drill. I'm sure they're being calmed down by their pit crew. 6.5 minutes remaining. The carnage is going to start happening any second now. The 4 and the 6, Prevo and Hawk into the second hairpin. Around commentator's corner, across the Tricolore. That is the official finishing loop. Around the Omega and across the kink, you can just about see, right now, you can just about see Krug and Vendor also in the shot. They're waiting to also pick up the pieces. Everyone is waiting to pick up the pieces should the leading 4 cars implode, meaning run out of fuel, lose a massive amount of traction in their tires as they use up their tires. Did they go too soft? Did they go too hard? More likely if they would have gone too soft. 36.6 degrees. We've got a dead car on the main straight. Marshall picking him up. Who's that? The car 6 of Hawk. He's already out.
Okay, track clear.
So we've got Klug chasing down the car 4, Prevo, Hawk, our first real, and we got another car. Who's that at the end? Who's on our slow lap? I can't see. This is why they have binoculars somewhere else. The car 8, Maceo, our friend Alessio.
5 minutes to go.
He's gone. He's not going to figure anymore, and they cannot be refueled. They cannot be refueled. They can be tuned, but not refueled. So that is it. You're only allowed 700 cc's of fuel. And now these drivers well aware that brightly colored cars are being stranded in the grass. Their mechanics telling them, take it easy, take it easy. 19-second laps. No one going into 20 seconds yet. We got another dead car. Is that Klug? Klug is out. No, it's not Klug. It is Vendor. Yes. Tragedy, tragedy all over. The same story again. Klug and chasing down Prevo into the first corner. This is the only on-track battle. So these guys doing 19 flats, both of them. I'm surprised they haven't lifted off the pace. Klug is in a safe position. Well, not that safe actually, because the car 5 of Undheim is a couple seconds behind. So I don't know, if I were Klug, maybe just back off and just save a tiny bit of fuel. Prevo, Klug, and then Undheim, Catalani. Remember our pole position man who started off very slowly from pole and then had to get an engine tune. He's running in 6th now. It may play into his hands. Klug is out now. Klug's out. The 9 car now out. Run out of fuel. We're down to 5 cars running.
3 minutes to go. 3 minutes to go.
The dire warnings from Dario Vaselli, who's currently running in 3rd still, all coming true. And he's not far behind our leader either. 1.7 seconds behind. And of course, the final starting positions decided by best finishing pace between these guys across the 2 semifinals. So now everybody's starting to do mid to high 19s. We have a couple. We have the first 21-second lap by 4th place, Sindre Undheim from Norway, slowing right down, creeping around the track. Number 4, Prevo is out. Prevo is out of fuel. We now have 4 running drivers. So now this is it. It's like a game of chicken to see who can be the last 4 cars running. Much less battling for 4th, it's to be the last 4 cars running. Oh, and number 5, Undheim, also out of fuel. So we got 3 cars running. So, currently, Ripetti, Vaselli, and Catalani, a poleman who had to stop and fuel. And remember, Vaselli actually stopped for a stop and go as well, because he had to do an engine change. Ripetti just behind him, so this is, yeah, Vaselli is leading the race. So I'm very curious why he passed him.
1 minute to go.
Why not just stay behind? But again, like I said, they are, it's starting order for the final. Vaselli doing an 18.9. He's the only one doing an 18 in the 18 seconds. 19 flat, and then a 20.1 for Catalani.
Take it easy, guys.
The last 3 drivers on the track. 1, 2, and 3. Not in that order, it's actually 3, 2, 1. 30 seconds to go. This lap and 1 more. Even for Catalani, who's way behind these guys. This lap and 1 more. They're not backing off now. 19.1, quite confident in their fuel. 18.9 and 18.8 for Vaselli Rapetti. They're playing a real game of chicken
Last lap, 3 and 2.
as they're going into the infield around the Omega.
Last lap.
And oh no! This is
Oh,
under the glass for Rapetti, and that is it for the first two positions. Rapetti's out of fuel now.
Okay.
That was actually perfectly timed. No, he's going. So that is it. That was our semifinal A.
Timekeeper, you have to add 2 seconds to the car number 3 for pushing, okay? Pushing in the last lap, 2 seconds penalty for car number 3.
Race is over.
Timekeeping is okay?
So in 2 minutes the track will be open for top qualifier, Formula 1, 10 minutes of pre-practice for top qualifier, Marino Sebastien and Rossignoli Saverio.
Bütün arabalar kaldı. Yani onun için yarışıyor. Normalde onun kaldıktan sonra burada bir hiç gerek yok.
One minute to start for free practice, top Formula 1 qualifier, Marino and Rossignoli. Only these two drivers can free practice for 10 minutes. Okay, top qualifier, track is open. 10 minutes free practice for Marino and Rossignoli.
go. 1 minute to go. 30 seconds to go.
Ça va, c'est celui-là et celui-là.
10 seconds to go. 2. Race is over.
So 4 minutes and 30 seconds to start for free practice touring class with the top qualifier Hetland Marius and Fellman Marcus.
minutes to start. Two minutes to start. Marshal ready.
Halben Platz.
1 minute to start. Seconds to start. Ten seconds to start. to go. 3 minutes to go. Minutes to go. One minute to go. Seconds to go. Ten seconds to go. Finish 2. Race is over.
7 minutes to start. Track will be open at 5 minutes to start. Formula 1 final.
Frederick? Okay, track is open. Yeah. Okay, track is closed. Track is closed. Track is closed. Finish the lap. All car in the pit lane. All car in the pit lane. Ernesto, fai partire il tempo per la sospensione tecnica.
Jérôme, repars! Couverture avec une lipo, Jérôme. Couverture avec une lipo. Ah, t'as pas le droit de sortir.
Ouais, d'eau dans le camping-car, s'il te plaît?
Tu veux une bouteille d'eau fraîche? Oui. Ouais, je vais aller là-bas à la buvette.
Non, mais au camping-car, il y en a.
Pas fraîche, non?
De l'eau.
So the delay start is almost ending. 20 more seconds, and then 5 minutes to start.
For me, I think this Formula 1 is the most realistic.
Okay, 5 minutes to start. Dark is open. Qual è la macchina che ha chiesto la sospensione nel studio? Vi ho già spiegato come farlo, ok? 12 minutes to start. Our cars, the pit lane.
Okay, and we are back.
Car number 5 has to start
We're ready to start this
Car number 5 has to
F1A
start
final.
from the pit
This is the
lane.
main final, 25 minutes to decide who will be the champion for 2022 in the large-scale Formula One class. Cars and mechanics are in the pit lane. and they're getting ordered in numerical order.
You have to do it the position lap, but you have to start from the pit lane.
So they can do a formation lap and
1 minute
get
to
out
start.
on the grid. Mechanics are giving their drivers thumbs up. Mechanics are able to speak to their drivers, but you know, hand signals sometimes, just the easiest and fastest thing.
Car number 1.
So here we are. We are about half a minute away from starting the A final for Formula One, large scale here in
30
Fiorano,
seconds
Italy.
to start.
We hope you've enjoyed the coverage so far. If you're just joining us, yes, we are in that Fiorano, the one made famous by Ferrari, not far from Modena, just a stone's throw. Cars making their way around the grid. These cars have had their tire blankets on. They've had 3 minutes of warm-up, and now they are getting ready to go. We have a starting grid of Sebastian Marino from France, Saverio Rosignoli, Ernst Ustz, Carol Carlos Fabregas, Maurizio Borsoni, Carol Joan Fabregas, Corentin Laville, Tony Hilmarty, Nathan Breno, Reinhard Marin, and we're about 5 seconds away from starting.
7, 6, 5,
25-minute race for glory.
3,
Looks like we're already missing a car. I think he's starting from pit lane because it wasn't ready. So we've got the 1 and 2 out. I may have been the number 3 because there seems to be a gap after the 2. And very tight at front. We're following the front 2, the 2022 Alpine colored car, and the retro, well actually maybe it's a current Ferrari colored car, the red car.
Take it easy too.
As you do in the home of Ferrari. So 1 and 2, and then the 4. It was the number 3 that had to start from pit lane, and I think he's already been carried off. Unfortunate for let's see who is out there. It is Ernst Ustz. Very bad luck to not even get started. Fabregas, Carlos Fabregas in the 3rd spot as the leaders come through the Omega and across the kink. Around the 2nd hairpin, around commentator's corner, and you can see the front wheels just barely locking up. That is going to become a very important factor later in the race. Tire wear, a huge deal for these large-scale cars, as well as engine tuning. The heat outside, 37.1 degrees, 32% humidity, and these top 3 are already stretching out a lead to from fourth place. Corentin Laville, and he's got a big gap to Tony Hilmarty. We've got, I think is that one of Fabregas is out? I think it's number 6, Fabregas. He's not across the line. No one seems to be, now, mechanic is, that's a walk. That's not a run to go collect him. So we are following Marino, Rosignoli, and Fabregas. So 1 Fabregas left in this race from Spain, Marino from France, and Rosignoli from Italy. Wearing that classic liveried red and black Ferrari scheme. So we have Alpine, Ferrari, and Red Bull. Choose your full-size team that you follow. Followed by a Sauber, the car 7 of Corentin Laville. Several seconds behind. We got a change. No. Let's follow this 2nd place battle coming out of the Omega now. Rosignoli getting on the grass, and Fabregas passed into the first hairpin. And you can see the car squirming as the front brakes are locking and unlocking. Drivers being very careful not to wear out their tires. 25 minutes of racing. We're 3 minutes down. 22 to go. Another hard braking maneuver for Fabregas, but leaving Rosignoli behind still. better engine speed, even though he's a bit iffy on the brakes into these really tight corners. Going down the main straight, there's Fabregas and Rosignoli. Red Bull being chased by Ferrari. Seems a familiar story, isn't it? In the lead is the 2022 Alpine-themed car of Sebastian Marino. As these guys come into the Omega, across the kink and into the first hairpin. A little bit wide there from Fabregas. Rosignoli a little bit wide into the second hairpin. To the turn 2, around the Omega, across the kink. So we have had a change in the second place position. These guys are about to come up on a lapped car that Marino has already lapped and put a lap down. So we'll see how they handle that. The lapped car is the car 5, I believe, of Maurizio Bassoni. Fabregas only getting 1 lap. Did he back out there? No, I don't think so. So he's got a very slow lap, very long lap.
Number 5, second
This
place
guy's
behind you.
right on the back of
Second place
Bassoni now,
behind you.
and he lets Fabregas pass. And he's immediately on the number 8 of Tony Marti. And Rosignoli is past Bassoni. So I think Marino has had maybe a little trouble in the lap traffic. Our leader, 22nd lap that time. Fabregas on the 0 car of Reinhard Maren. A little close there. Maren probably not wanting to get into the dirty part of the track very much at all. Rosignoli now coming up on Maren. So we're following the leader, Sebastian Marino. So the car immediately behind him is second. Car 4 of Carlos Fabregas from Spain. We have France in the lead at the moment, then Spain and Italy. And another Frenchman in Corentin Laville in the car 7. Marino comes around the Omega and into the first hairpin, into the second hairpin. 1.7 lead last time. See what it is now. 1.8. So maybe Marino is just getting hung up in the lap cars. Let's see if Fabregas can. Falls back further on another clear lap. 19.7 lap that time, 1.7 gap. So this being a 25-minute race, I'm not sure that we're going to see the same dramatic fuel conservation issues that the touring car drivers are going to see. Got a thumbs up from Marcus Feldman, who said, we'll see. When I asked them how things are going to go, all up in the air. We heard during our pit walk that Alessio Mazzeo he's picked Ripetti to take the win. I'm going to assume that is a based heavily on him being a fellow Italian. But again, we'll see. Yeah, we do have the other Fabregas out there, number 6. No, we don't. Tony Gilmarty. Sorry, Tony Gilmarty. I forgot that he's running also a Red Bull scheme. So the two Fabregases have been running Red Bull style cars all week. But there's also another one, which is Tony Gilmarty, who's just gone into the pits, weirdly. They're not allowed to refuel, so what are they doing? Is it an engine tune or is he pulling off? We'll see if he comes back out. He wasn't running very slowly. He was running at the back of the cars that are running. But, well, we'll see. At the moment, we're following the Alpine-themed car of Sebastian Marino. We talked to him. You can find a bit of that interview on the Instagram channel. So he seemed fairly confident, and that confidence is being borne out. And he's certainly, I would say, running away with it, but he's managing a very nice gap back to Fabregas. It's now 2.659 second gap to the second place car as he comes up again on the car 5 of Maurizio Borsoni.
Number 5, leader, thank you.
In case you're curious, the team driving is heavily penalized. Team as in whether it's car manufacturer or country. So we've had penalties given out for such events. So deliberate takeouts and that sort of thing, not taken lightly at this level. This is European Championship level. Temperature creeping up to 38 degrees now. So we'll see how the engine tuning sticks with it with these guys. The casting and machine car, I think we got, no, just two cars slowing down quite a lot to let Marino pass. He goes into the infield.
Number 8, second place behind. Thank you.
So we got Marino, Fabregas, Rosignoli, Leville, Breno, Marin, Borsoni, and Gilmarty are the drivers that are running on the track. Gilmarty 6 laps down, so he had to pull off, unfortunately, the Spanish racer. Marino enjoying a 3-second lead over Fabregas, who himself has about a 4.5-second lead over Rosignoli. So whether Rosignoli, maybe he's running harder tires so that he can, we're following Rosignoli now, the red body with black front and rear wings, classic Ferrari theme here at Mini Autodromo Jody Scheckter. Yes, Jody Scheckter. At the time the track was built, Jody Scheckter was the most recent world champion for Ferrari. And although he wasn't able to personally visit the track, he did fly over in a helicopter at one time. And because we are just about a mile or a couple of kilometers away from the actual track of Fiorano. And you know it, a track named after Fiorano and Jody Scheckter is roughly in the shape of the Fiorano full-size circuit, which is pretty cool, I think. Rosignoli paying homage to Jody Scheckter and possibly Charles Leclerc. Ferrari is, they're literally a local employer around these parts, as well as many ceramic manufacturers and businesses. So Ceramics a very, very big deal here, but so is Ferrari. Ferrari is a national big deal. Largescale coming into the second hairpin and around commentator's corner and across the Tricolore to take his, complete his 41st lap. Fabregas currently has a 19.4 fastest lap time. Marino just did a 19.4, but most of the top 3 drivers generally doing a mid-19 second lap. Everyone else doing somewhere in the region of 20 to 21 second laps. And by probably the midpoint of the touring car final, we'll probably see roughly the same lap time with those guys. So we're following third place, Saverio Rosignoli. Let's move forward on, well, no, hang on. Coming around the last corner now is a Red Bull racer of Carlos Fabregas in the replica Red Bull scheme, Formula 1 racer. And he's going past, who's that? Number 10 of Reinhard Marin. To put him another lap down. This is our second place racer, Carlos Fabregas. Carol Joan Fabregas, I'm not sure if that's a sibling, father, or parent, or child, I'm not sure. Very, very similar names, so obviously related in some fashion. Maybe Carlos in the chat might know. But we did have the 2 Fabregas racers in this one, but unfortunately Carol Joan Fabregas had to pull off after crossing the finish line just once. Oh, we have a problem for the car 4, Fabregas, pulling into the pits with a bad clutch. I hear revving as it goes into the pits, but the car's not moving forward any further, so he's been picked up. Tragedy. So we're back to, well, our new second place racer as he crosses the finish line right now. That's Saverio Rosignoli. Fabregas is going to drop down the order and very quickly get replaced by Corentin Laville, currently in 4th. So we're on Saverio now. Gonna keep an eye out for the number 4 car of Corentin. I think it is the, no, it's not the Sauber flavored car. I think it's the white, no, it's not the white car. Where's Corentin? He's just crossed the line. Could have sworn I have seen all the cars as they're going past, because we're now down to 7 racers.
Station car number 5, leader. Thank you.
Corentin, I think, has the wrong number on his, oh no, I'm looking for a 4. Corentin has a 7 on his car. Corentin is coming across the kink now. Corentin Laville is our new 3rd place racer. Around commentator's corner and down the main straight. That is Corentin Laville from France. Car number 7. Running what I would say is a varied color scheme. I'm pretty sure it's mostly Sauber inspired because of that sort of seafoam green color on it. Or it could just be a custom color scheme like the number 5 car of Borsoni. So Fabregas has, yes, retired. He's now 7 laps down from Marino. Oh! Massive flip on the back straight, the back stretch. Look at the sprinting action. I think we're going to have a replay of that one.
Number 10, you have a car on the line, slow down.
Do we?
Okay, stay out there.
That's Corentin Laville. He's not running. He's not. Mechanics just realized. Here's our replay. As he hits the kink, comes a cropper. Oh man, that is a lot of damage. And the engine is stopped. The mechanic didn't realize it. He can get restarted. It cannot be refueled. So Ian Audi, our F1 official in the pit lane, will be watching this like a hawk. Now, it very well may be that once it comes to the, yeah, he's restarting back out. So he's going to be a few laps down, because that was a very long recovery. So we're on Sebastian Marino, down the main straight, first corner, doing 79 kilometers an hour. That's about 50-ish miles an hour. So that is a good example of what a high speed, I don't think that was an intentional track cut, it's just slightly offline, because he just hit it again. Watching him off camera. And if all the wheels are pointing in the same direction after that, I would be amazed. And on the other, another factor is that these cars are not cheap. Those rear wings on these things are actual full woven carbon fiber plates. So there's going to be some edges missing off of that. It does look like it's intact. The front wing is flexible black nylon plastic. So because it is literally the bumper, there's no foam bumper on these things. You can see on this Alpine of Sebastian Marino. If you look squint enough, you might be able to see the front wing flexing and bouncing. That's not a, a cheat to get on the rules or anything. It's just, as it's bouncing up and down, that's all. And very lucky that Laville's car didn't get collected by any other car as well. As we're watching Sebastian, he's about almost a half a lap ahead, 7.4 seconds ahead of second place Saverio Rosignoli, who is either playing a patient waiting game, as he's got Marino coming up on him, or I think he just passed him. Or he's just hoping something happens to Sebastian, because Sebastian basically bossed all 4 of the qualifying heats. All 4 of the 10-minute qualifying races Sebastian was able to take. And we're coming up to 3.5 minutes left. Although not a huge amount of racing action has happened in this one, the time has flown by. So 25-minute race, 3.25 minutes remaining. And as we are in the final for the European champion, which at the moment is going to be Sebastian Marino, unless some tragic happenstance occurs, he's going to take home a nice trophy here from a MiniCar Autodromo Jody Scheckter in Fiorano, Italy.
Thank you.
Take this opportunity while we've got quite a spread, 7 seconds back to Rosignoli. So thank everyone for watching. Welcome everyone from wherever you're watching. Car 0 has just run out of fuel, so what does this entail now? 25 minutes, you would have thought. We got 2.5 minutes left almost. So now what does this mean? Marino's last lap, 19.8 seconds. Everyone else is 21.5-ish. Marino slowed down. His mechanic slash spotter has probably told him, we just had a car run out of fuel. So lift and coast, lift and coast. And another car out. Is that Rosignoli? Tragic. No, not for Rosignoli. So that promotes that benefits Nathan Breno from France in the car 9, who's the white car coming around the final corner now, who's Sebastian's about to put a lap on. We have 4 drivers left in this one. I'd really like to know how these cars use the same amount of fuel in less time than the touring cars. So here we go, the story of racing. As usual, Rosignoli on a slow lap. We know he's not going to be coming out. You cannot be refueled if you run out of fuel.
1 minute to go.
And if Borsoni crosses the line one more time, he's going to pass Rosignoli on the number of laps. Borsoni on the back stretch. As we're watching Marino come to pass Breno. Borsoni crosses the line. There we go. He's officially in 3rd, so he's on the podium. Nightmare for Rosignoli. There are 30 seconds left, so once the drivers finish, they'll have one more complete lap, plus one more, I think, except for Rosignoli, he's on his last lap now. 24-second lap for Breno. He is creeping along.
10 seconds to go.
Marino, pretty confident. Even if he runs out of fuel, he's won. So it is going to be Sebastian Marino from France. As he comes across now, is he going to come under his own power? It looks like he is. There we go. That's the winner. Congratulations, Sebastian Marino.
Okay. More car engine.
Race is over.
apre. Ok.
per Pullstart TV.
No, ma io no, io
Sì,
non parlo
sì,
mai
no,
di inglese, dai.
no, ma in italiano lo facciamo. Intervista in
Cosa
italiano.
devo dire?
Com'è andata la semifinale dei tuoi piloti?
Abbastanza bene, a parte i problemi di consumo, però insomma abbiamo piloti in finale, siamo contenti.
Secondo me avete un pilota in finale che ha potuto fare dei test in semifinale, dunque è pronto per la finale. Non faccio nomi. Giusto?
Penso di sì.
Ok, molto bene.
Ok,
Auguri.
grazie.
Facciamo un'intervista per Pullstart TV. Io sono il commentatore in italiano per Pullstart TV. Com'è andata la gara?
La gara è andata molto bene, per le mie aspettative è stato veramente bello, mi sono divertito, bel weekend caldo, ma bella gara, bel clima, mi è piaciuto molto.
Molto bene. Come vedi il pronostico della finale di oggi?
Purtroppo essendo molto caldo ho visto già dalle semifinali che devono risparmiare tanto benzina e quindi ci sarà molta tattica e ovviamente io sono italiano e spero che vinca un pilota italiano.
Io ho una mia piccola idea, ce n'è uno che ha potuto fare un esperimento nella sua semifinale.
Sì, che ha risparmiato benzina e alla fine...
quello è pronto per la finale, secondo me.
Sì, anche per me.
Non facciamo nomi,
non
ma-
facciamo nomi, non facciamo pescaramanzia, niente, ma è veramente in forma. Quest'anno sta girando veramente molto forte.
Molto bene.
Grazie.
Bonjour, monsieur Arnaldi. On est en train de faire une interview pour Pullstart TV en français.
En français, parfait.
Oui, comment ça va?
Bien, j'ai réussi à avoir mon ticket pour la finale, ce qui est déjà une petite victoire ici, avec la chaleur et tout ça.
Très bien. Et c'est quoi le problème?
Le problème, c'est que l'augmentation de performance qui est arrivée à chaque fois, les pneus, les moteurs, les allumages, et en plus la chaleur.
Oui.
Parce qu'au bout d'un moment, les moteurs, il faut quand même leur donner à boire. Et donc plus de performance, plus de consommation, plus de grip, plus de consommation, et la chaleur, beaucoup de chauffe, donc aussi beaucoup de consommation.
Et j'ai justement vu pendant les deux demi-finales qu'il n'y en a pas beaucoup qui ont terminé. Hein.
Oui, ou mauvaise gestion, ou parce que c'était dans le paquet et c'était pas facile. Moi, pour ma part, j'ai eu une course assez tranquille où j'ai pu justement gérer comme il faut. Mais bon, en finale, je pars avec le numéro 5 et il va falloir sûrement batailler, donc il peut y avoir plus de surprises et surtout on va rouler au moment où il fait le plus chaud. Donc il y aura des surprises.
Mais pour toi, c'était un bon test?
Oui, parce que je
La
sais
demi-finale.
maintenant où j'en suis de la consommation, parce que on a beau faire des essais avant, il n'y a que la réalité qui dit la vérité. Donc on verra.
J'ai l'impression que les premiers deux qualifiés directs, ils sont pas prêts pour la finale. Parce qu'ils n'ont pas pu tester dans les conditions.
C'est sûr qu'ils ont leur billet pour la finale, mais là ils ont fait les essais des finalistes, ils ont roulé à fond. Ils m'ont pas donné l'impression d'avoir géré l'essence. Donc bon, on verra, il y aura des surprises.
Très bien, merci.
Avec plaisir.
E buona chance.
Merci.
Domenico, anche se oggi è sabato, sto facendo un'intervista, vieni qua. Anche... non so il nome. Filippo. Domenico Abate, Filippo Abate. Facciamo un'intervista per Pullstart in diretta in italiano. Com'è andato questo europeo?
L'europeo è andato abbastanza bene, siamo contenti delle posizioni ottenute fino ad ora e adesso stiamo a vedere come finisce dopo la finale.
Molto bene. Quanti piloti hai in finale con motori?
In finale nelle GT 5.
5, molto
Sì,
bene, perfetto.
grazie. Sì.
E tu cosa dici? Il pronostico?
Il pronostico sarà duro per i consumi della benzina.
Duro per i consumi,
Sì, stiamo a vedere. Di Vappiano vince.
Hai qualcuno che è passato dalle semi in finale?
Sì,
Repetti,
tutti dalle semifinali sono passati.
tutti e tife dalle semifinali, Repetti, Marrone.
Perfetto, perché quelli hanno potuto fare un
già la
test,
mezz'ora, sì.
sono pronti per la
Sì,
finale.
certo.
Gli altri invece, quelli qualificati diretti, mi sa che
Stiamo a vedere.
vedremo.
Stiamo
Ok.
a vedere, sì.
Grazie mille.
Grazie a te.
Grazie,
Prego.
arrivati al clou della giornata, la presentazione di questa finale di campionato europeo categoria 1 a 5. Macchina numero 1, Headland Marius. Macchina numero 2, Feldman Marcus. Macchina numero 3, Repetti Edoardo. Macchina numero 4, Veseli Dario. Macchina numero 5, Arnaldi Bernard. Macchina numero 6, Martelli Gianmarco. Macchina numero 7, Van der Poel Rig. Macchina numero 8, Marrone Costantino. Macchina numero 9, Catalani Andrea. E chiude questa finale macchina numero 10, Andrea Singre. Ok, track is open. Da questo lato qui, non venite di là.
Okay, we are ready to start this touring car A final for the EFRA Large Scale On-Road European Championships. Drivers have had their 3 minutes of warm-up, and you can see that they are mechanics are putting the cars down in the pit lane, putting them down in numerical order. so that a formation lap can take place.
1 minute to start.
And Marius Hetland will lead them out as he has earned his pole position
Ernesto.
for this 30-minute A final here in Fiorano, Italy.
Catalani, Andrea. Okay.
So there they go. Teodoro from Amschi, the Italian RC Motorsport Federation, is telling them to come out. And on the grid, we're going to have Marius Hetland from Norway, Marcus Feldman from Germany, Eduardo Ripetti from Italy, Dario Vaselli from Croatia, Bernard Alain Arnaldo from France, Gianmarco Martelli from Italy, Rick Vanderbilt from the Netherlands, Constantino Nicola Maroni from Italy, Andrea Catalani from Italy, who will have a stop-and-go penalty for an engine change, and also Sindre Uheim from Norway. So quite an international field. We're getting, the last cars are getting lined up.
Wait, thank you, sir. Wait.
So it's unique to large-scale on-road.
Okay.
You see the Italian flag at the first corner being counted down.
7, 6,
3 seconds.
4.
And it's up and they are away. Quick starts for everybody. Hetland already off. He's got a good gap to Feldman behind. So we're going to stick with these lead cars and hope nothing too dreadful happens to them. Arnaldi challenging Vaselli going down the straight. And Catalani's already come in for his stop and go. He was starting in 9th, so it's not a massive loss. He's required to do that within the first 4 laps. So let's follow the battle for 3rd. At the moment, it looks like 1st and 2nd are checked out. Arnaldi leading Vaselli, leading, that is Ripetti leading Vaselli, leading Arnaldi, and then it's Martelli and Vanderbilt and Maroni. Undheim in the white and green car leading the last, taking up the last spot with Catalani a few seconds behind. But Vaselli putting the pressure on Ripetti, who, as we talked to his friend Alessio Mazzio, picked Ripetti for the win. So neither the Norwegian nor the German, who are in 1st and 2nd at the moment. So as we've seen before, this really comes down to, it's not really fuel capacity, it's more engine tuning. And these guys are, there's a limit, and there's a very, very thin line that these guys are on. I might call it the knife's edge, as Ripetti and Vaselli go into the infield and around the Omega across the kink. They're on a knife's edge of tuning in this heat. It's 36.5 degrees. It's about close to 100 degrees Fahrenheit out there. 52 degrees track temperature. And these guys are out here for 30 minutes on 700 cc's of fuel. And it looks like Hetland is gapping Feldman, and these two that were on are catching Feldman. So we'll see if this strategy works out for them and how the engine tuning holds up and how the tire compounds hold up. 3 compounds to choose from one of 2 different tire manufacturers. We could call it soft, medium, and hard, but it's more like soft, super soft, and ultra soft, as one brand calls it. Dario right on the back of Ripetti. Arnaldi waiting to pick up the pieces just in case something happens. We go around the Omega, across the kink once again. Staying off the grass, not doing any track cutting, it looks like, at least so far. That inner wheel of Vaselli's MCD shaking as he chases the Mechatech driven by Ripetti. Behind them is Arnaldi from France in a Genius branded car. So 3 makes represented. The field is mostly Mechatech. These cars are 2-wheel drive. A 2-stroke, basically a garden tool engine, like a weed whacker or a strimmer. Vaselli almost, it looked like he was going to make a dive there. He is attacking and putting the pressure on the Italian. Vaselli in that bright orange fronted car. Ripetti in the white, blue, and yellow. And Arnaldi in the white and mostly yellow with bits of blue, so it's slightly confusing, but Vaselli's in the middle. Ripetti is leading this trio. This is the battle for third. Hetland, don't worry about him. He's doing fine. He's pulled away a 2.5 second gap almost to Feldman, 2.7 now. And these guys are 1.9 seconds behind Feldman. So we'll keep an eye on this. This guy's doing mid to high 18-second laps. And as we've seen before, as Dario was telling me earlier, you cannot drive at 10/10 and be doing fastest lap times of 18.2, 18.3 and expect to finish the race. They know they will not have enough fuel to finish the race at that pace. So it becomes a matter of knowing your pace and a balance of trying to make a lead and get away from the other competitors if you're able to pass them. Just like Hetland has. He's already in the second hairpin. We're with the 3 racers now battling for third, who are now reaching the second hairpin. So that gives you an idea of how far behind they are. And in between them, there's Marcus Feldman. Got a racer sprinting. We got, who's this? Marco Martelli, massively damaged body. These are off and away. His marshal is a mechanic, I should say, sprinting in front of us to rescue the car. You can see what happened because we're paying attention to this battle for third. And for us, for the viewing public, we want to see this sort of battle all through the race. Absolutely piling on the pressure. And ideally not running out of fuel. If this battle can last, or something like it, for 30 minutes, that's exactly what we want to see. We don't want to see all these guys dropping out. And engine tuning issues as the engine gets hot and hot and hot. Second hairpin, Dario really piling on the pressure. Ooh, little mistake there from Ripetti. Does that let him, does that lose him some space? Not really, but maybe that's a twinge of nerves. As, ooh, Dario over the kink a little bit too hard there. Now he's lost about a half a car length, but right back up there again. The number 6 mechanic sprinting past us again. Not going well for Gianmarco Martelli. We've had Hetland hit the number 7 car of Vanderbilt. So we've got Vanderbilt. Oh no, Hetland has gone into the pits. Let's follow him out of the pits to see where he ends up. Because these 3 cars, the 3 cars that we were following before, that is now a battle for second. Hetland is going to have to power through. We don't see that very often. Luckily, both cars still driving, the 1 and the 7 of Hetland and Vanderbilt. Hetland coming through the Omega and over the kink. He definitely has the pace to catch and pass Vanderbilt again. Didn't see what happened there because we were following a very intense battle for third place. Hetland off in the grass, in the Omega. His mechanic rushing up to get him. The other mechanic not allowed to touch Hetland's car. Hetland out. Big news. So that puts Feldman, who's crossing the finish line now, let's pick him up at the end of the straight in the bright orange and blue car. That puts Feldman in the lead. The 10-time European champion and former world champion. He is in prime position. I don't think that was nerves at all. That was just bad luck trying to get past a lapped car. Nightmare scenario for the pole sitter, Marius Hetland from Norway. But Feldman, he's been in this position many, many times. It's a marathon, not a sprint. As he comes into the infield and around the Omega, and he's coming up on the number 9 car of Andrea Catalani after his stop and go penalty. Not 2 seconds behind Feldman is Ripetti and Vaselli, who are still battling for second place. Arnaldi is a couple seconds behind them.
20 minutes to go.
So Hetland is back out now. Oh, nope, back in the pits. I think he might be calling it done because he was already 3 laps down. There's almost, well, very little chance. But then, you know, we've seen what happens in the last few minutes of these races. So maybe, has he gone back out? I don't see him out on track. He may have retired his car. That is a nightmare. The number 9 car just massively cut the track. I'm not sure what happened there. So now we've got a developing battle for the lead. Coming down the main straight, we've got Feldman, Ripetti, and Dario going into the Omega all together. And there we go. We've got a battle for the lead now. So here we go. This is really developed. We've got almost 19 minutes left in this one. So what is Feldman going to do? Well, he probably won't let them by. Did 18.9 that time, 18.6s for Ripetti and Vaselli last time around. And they are basically crawling all over him to take the lead into the second hairpin. You can see the cars dive under acceleration as they hit the brakes, and they're coming into the infield around the Omega, and he's let Ripetti past. And a little coming together with Vaselli. I'm not sure, I heard Javier, a race referee, say something. I'm not sure if that was let him by or anything like that. Or they're very, very strict on the contact here, even though this is touring car racing.
Car number 9, time penalty, car cutting. Car number 9, time penalty, car cutting.
And the car 9 that I noted had cut the track. We've been told to come in the pit lane, do a stop and go. So let's follow. Next car's back. Next car's back. These two. This is Feldman and Vaselli battling for second. Very similar schemes, but one, the lead car, which is Feldman, the German, running an Alfa Romeo on the Mecatech, and Vaselli taking the inside line. A little bit of contact there. I'm not sure what is going to be called by the referee.
Keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean.
And they've got Arnaldi just behind Vaselli, trying to get past. I think Vaselli was basically giving Feldman more space as a penalty. No, he's got an actual. No, he's coming in for a body repair. Okay, so long-term thinking there. You don't want body damage rubbing on your tires, because that will wear them out and ruin your race, basically. So we've got Feldman, a slow Feldman, a surprisingly slow Feldman. We've got Rapetti in the lead, Feldman in second. And Arnaldi has popped up into third place now. And not far behind him, actually, is Maroney. Vaselli dropped down to fifth with that pit stop. His father fixing the body damage. So we're following Feldman being chased by Arnaldi. This is the battle for second, coming down the main straight. Feldman thinking long term here. 19.3 that last time, 18.7 for Arnaldi. It's a half a second. 19 flat for both of them that time. That's because Arnaldi is basically stuck behind Feldman. Feldman running the defensive lines, not wanting to let Arnaldi pass, or at least delaying him as much as possible. And if anything, possibly letting Morone catch up to both of them so that Arnaldi has to run the defensive lines. As we come across the kink into the first hairpin. Blowing through the second hairpin, 19-1 and 19 flat last time. Let's see what they do this time. 19 flat again for both. Completing the 48th lap. Rapetti well ahead of these two. He's already onto the hairpin, second hairpin, as these guys are coming past the kink. Feldman playing a very defensive line now. Still doing 85 kilometers an hour down the straight. That's nearly 55 miles an hour. A little bit on the curve there coming out of the kink, but not on the grass, so he's all right. Slight bit of corner cutting there by Arnaldi, but not completely on the grass. So, as we've seen in the races leading up to this, drivers really trying to pull on the pressure, but Arnaldi, one-time former European champion, Feldman, just about giving that space up, so Arnaldi does get past. I was just going to say that Feldman, 10-time European champion and a former world champion, is not going to break very easily to Arnaldi. So let's see if he's able to keep up with Arnaldi, because Moroni is coming, and coming very quickly, and with a steaming Dario on his tail. So this pair and the pair behind all battling for position on the track on the same lap as they all come around the Omega and into the first hairpin. Second hairpin, and around commentator's corner, across that Tricolore finishing line. Not really a drag race, it's just who can get around the corner the quickest on that final lap in about 12 and a half minutes time. So Feldman slowly falling into the clutches of Morone. So in the infield, we're focusing on Feldman, the orange and blue car, who's being captured almost hand over fist by Moroni in the blue and white, the Carabinieri flavored machine of Moroni, who has got Vaselli attached with the toe strap right behind him, piling all sorts of pressure on. Morone wanting to get past Feldman so that he can let Vaselli and Feldman, he almost had a get off the racing line, number 9. Main straight nearly had some carnage there, but off camera, so we're not following it. Morone just up on 2 wheels, had to ride off the throttle, so that lost him some space to Feldman. And Feldman spins out. Does he have some body damage? It looks like his roof is bunched up a bit. No, he's just spun out a bit. So we got Maroney now moving up into third. Vaselli in fourth. Feldman in fifth. So running order now: Ripetti, Arnaldi, Maroney, Vaselli, and Feldman. And another spin out from Feldman. And that is in a right-hand turn. Vaselli up on two wheels. We're following Maroney and Vaselli. But Vaselli, even though he had to lift off just a bit, he's right on the back of Maroney. So now what is Feldman thinking? Whoa, Vaselli up on two wheels again, losing lots of space now to Maroney. Is he going to be able to make that up in the infield? I think he will be able to. Maybe have to adjust their brakes. These guys can adjust their brakes using computer radios. Ideally, when they're going down the straight like this, they have a couple of seconds where they can punch a couple of buttons on their transmitter, move the brake balance forward or backward as needed. Maroney under all sorts of pressure by Vaselli. Vaselli, a former European champion in large-scale off-road. And here he is trying to get on the podium, maybe even take the win in large-scale on-road. We'll be seeing Vaselli next week in Austria for the large-scale off-road European Championship. But he's not even thinking about that right now. He's just concentrating on staying under Maroney's rear wing as much as possible. These guys running woven carbon fiber rear wings, so quite rigid, very high downforce on these. But with multiple veins and strakes and whatnot, kind of like the old Subaru WRC cars. Just crawling all over the back of Maroney. Arnaldi, running in second, is a couple seconds ahead of him and doesn't seem to be making up any ground on Ripetti, who is well in the lead from all of these guys. As we know, situation can change very drastically, and we are under 8.5 minutes remaining now. So, fuel, engine, tires, driver fatigue, especially for the bump-up racers. And why does that matter? Well, because these leading racers are going to be catching and passing the lap cars, the drivers of which may just not be completely aware of everything that's going on. Vaselli almost taking a dive there, try for a pass. So we're going to start see cars really slow down, I think. I hope, for their sake. 18.8 lap times, 18.7. Lots of 19s outside of the top three. Vaselli and Maroney looked like they were getting a bit twitchy there. Vaselli on the curb coming out of the kink. So 18.9, 18.8 that time. They're not really, they've slowed down a little bit, but not a huge amount. 7:20 to go in this race for the European title 2022 for large-scale touring car. No other battles on track. Nothing to speak of. We've got Ripetti well out front by 8 seconds or so. Arnaldi 5 seconds behind him. So this battle for third, the final podium spot. No more bump ups. The only bump ups you'll get are bumping up position for the final result. Only one car out of it. It's Marius Hetland, our pole position man. We don't know exactly what happened, but he and the number 7 car, Vanderbilt, came together in the hairpins, and both ended up with body damage. Hetland stopped to get repaired immediately and went out and did a couple of laps, ended up on the grass, and subsequently retired, so not sure exactly what happened. The number 0 car had stopped, Sindre Undheim. So we've got a stoppage out in the hairpin section towards the end of the lap, so it's our first fuel/engine retirement, and he stops out of 7th place. You see the stricken white and green car of the Norwegian, as Maroney goes up on 2 wheels, has to let off the throttle a bit. That lets Dario get a pretty good run on him, but he's not able to capitalize this time. So are these guys going to start slowing down? I talked to Dario with his dad off camera before the final started. He said he doesn't like to be told. They don't want to carry on conversations, even though they've got radio headsets that they can talk to each other. They don't have extended conversations. It's more, there's a crash here or there, or so-and-so is broken out, and that's about it. There's no coaching or anything like that. And Maroney's out. Maroney is out. That puts Vaselli into 3rd. Is he going to slow down now? He did a 18.9 last lap. Let's see if he creeps that back up. 19.1. So that could have been a loss of 0.2 just from avoiding Maroney. And Maroney's mechanic is out there. So let's see what Vaselli does this time. He was the one who was telling me it's going to be absolute mayhem and carnage. 18.9, so he's actually sped up slightly. Just going the same pace now. So his next target, or hopeful target, is Arnoldi, who, let's go to Arnoldi, the white fronted car just crossing the finish line now, going down the main straight. White, yellow, and blue on the top and sides. He's going into the Omega. He's just behind Rick Vanderbilt. Arnoldi getting the pass, putting the lap on Vanderbilt. It looks like he's visibly slower than Vaselli. Arnoldi doing 18.8, so yeah, I was wrong there. But I'm sure they're going to start slowing down soon. Feldman running in 4th, playing the long game. The hopeful, fingers crossed, long game. Feldman has just let the number 6 car of Martelli pass, and he's about to let Rapetti, the leader, pass, I think. So he's definitely playing the long game. Feldman doing a 20 flat that time. Ron Arnoldi, who is eventually, very quickly, going to catch Feldman. Feldman slowing right down. 20 flat that last time. This time doing a 20.5, so even slower. I gave Marcus a thumbs up, saying, hope you're ready, and he said, well, we'll see, just before the race started. So we're on the Frenchman, car 5 of Bernard Alain Arnoldi. 2.5 minutes to go. We've still got Dario running. And we're on Arnoldi. We've got Dario has just passed the car 9 of Catalani, who actually has the fastest lap of the race. Not recently, I'm sure. 18.4 lap. In qualifying, these guys are doing 18.2s. So it gives you an idea of how much they've backed off. 2 minutes remaining now. Now Arnoldi going into the infield. Definitely catching Feldman. Feldman crossing his fingers and toes on the stand, I'm sure. Wanting to take his 11th European title in this category. No other stoppages on track, but looking for, there's so many people gathered around, waiting for corners to shoot up and point at a dead car as Arnaldi goes down the main straight. So Ripetti, let's find him. He's in the second hairpin now and coming around commentator's corner. Last turn, going down the main straight. That's Eduardo Ripetti from Italy. Less than a minute left. And these guys certainly know their stuff. Much fewer retirements in this one. There wasn't quite as much carnage, but there's still 40 seconds left. As Ripetti goes into the infield now. Around the Omega and across the kink. 30 seconds, the drivers are told. Let's see what Ripetti's lap time is this time. 19.1, so he's not really backed off all that much. Vaselli doing a 19.1, Arnaldi a 19.2. How confident are these guys? Feldman still running. We've got Ripetti, Arnaldi, Vaselli, Feldman, Vanderbilt, Catalani, Martelli. And that is it. Time has expired. Arnaldi has been caught. Vaselli's caught. We've got Vanderbilt has hit the car 9. They're both down. Car 9 and 7 are both dead. And that's the first hairpin. And that is it. Ripetti, Eduardo Ripetti is your new large-scale European champion for 2022.
Okay. Finish 7. All car finish.
Race is over.
meglio secondo che niente. E alla fine abbiamo detto ok, vai così. Ma era da scanasare con gas. Ok. Chi troppo vuole, nulla stringe. When you want
una Fiat 500 da spostare. Please, there is a Fiat 500 to move in the parking. GA114BL, targata GA114, Bologna Livorno, una Fiat 500. Fiat 500 bianca per cortesia da spostare nel parcheggio. Fiat 500 white, please, to move in the parking.
È quello lui vuol tirare via, ma tutti gli anni mi... No, no, quello là e basta.
No.
Tutti gli anni mi perché è brutta persona.
Ragazzi, per cortesia un attimo di attenzione, c'è una Fiat 500 da spostare immediatamente nel parcheggio, targata GA114BL, please Fiat 500, white color, please, to move in the parking, thank you.
Same for everybody. The whole ride, so I can see that the one cross moved in March, and now summer we can get big. So I think okay, I think it's got more relaxing, more lower than the other, but I think it's sometimes when you test one cross in March, you can rest the other things. Yeah.
little finish. I think we made 2 had to drop out in the end. So yeah, I was quite happy with that, and I hope everyone enjoyed the show.
I want to say thank you to everyone, especially who came from so far away. So thanks a lot. Thanks to Amshi and thanks to Efra that give us this big opportunity. Thanks. Especially thanks to everyone that helped us on the track to let you have, I hope, a great event.
Racing, fire competition, technical inspection was okay, the general sportsmanship was perfect. I would like to thank Marco and all his team for the opportunity to come here in this special track for this class, but in general. Thank AMSTI also to provide this a great venue. And then let's start. I think we have a couple of winners, 3 winners, I think. Yeah. And yeah. Let's do it. Thank you.
We start with the Formula 1 guys. We start with the 10th place for Utz Ernst.
I just say thank you, go home.
Then 9th place for Joan Carol Fabregas from Spain.
This shirt, gone.
Then Gil Marti Tony, 8th place from Spain.
How was the race?
7th place for Fabregas Carol Carlos from Spain. Congratulations. 6th place for Maron Reinhardt from Austria. Fifth place for Rossignoli Saverio. Italian from Italy. Fourth place for Laville Corentin from France. Congratulations. E andiamo al podio, so we are going with the podium. Third place for Maurizio Borsoni. Bravo Maurizio. Second place from France for Brenot Nathan. Congratulations. Then the winner got the special medal from Efra and double trophy because top qualifier and first position on the final from France, Marino Sebastian. Congratulations. You need a man to go home, double trophy and medal. Congrats.
Very good, very good.
See what you can do next week.
Et toi sur le podium? Alors là-haut?
Probably more important.
Et voilà sur le podium.
You're just getting your foot in there. Where that you are swimming already. Well, that's how it is. Get your crown. They want you very happy.
I know. Yeah, but they're working. It's good.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Everybody's working. I like people who are working.
Yeah. But you've got to keep it fun. I think sometimes this has gone a bit fun.
Yeah.
And that's fun.
That's
right.
right.
In off-road, it's still fun. I think more people.
Congratulations. Congrats, everyone. So now we have to continue with the touring car.
first of all, we have to call the European Junior Champion, Weston Adams. Special medal for you, Weston, congrats. Go on the podium. First place is your one. Okay, now it's time for the main touring car. We start with the 10th place that will took also the top qualifier trophy from Norway, Marius Hetland. Congratulations, Marius. 9th place for Sindre Hundim from Norway. Congratulations, Sindre. 8th place for Marrone Costantino Nicola dall'Italia. 7th place for Gianmarco Martelli dall'Italia. Bravo Gianmarco. 6th place for Catalani Andrea. 5th place for Vanderbilt Rick from Netherlands. Congratulations, Rick. Now the 4th place from Germany. Congratulations to Marcos Feldman. Now we are going with the podium, so the 3rd place from Croatia is for Dario Veseli. Congratulations, Dario. Now the 2nd place for Arnaldi Bernard Alain from France. Congratulations, Ba.
This is mine.
And now the winner, so the new European champion, Repetti Edoardo. Bravo Edoardo. Sul podio Edoardo, bravi ragazzi, complimenti a tutti. Congratulations to everyone. Edo. So, congratulations to everyone. Now it's time to let you have a little time for the picture. Drive safe to come back home. Thank you very much to everyone. And hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Benne az asztal alatt. Össze van hajtva. Mi hozott, mert leterítem ide a fűbe, és akkor csinálunk egy csomót. Aha. Tres figli consecutivi. Jó, tegnap.
Adesso prendiamo la macchina e ce ne torniamo su
No, adesso andiamo a vedere cosa della Ferrari. Che ha lasciato 5 euro di mancia al Bri. Bri, guarda che ti ha lasciato la mancia fuori.
Stasera vai online.
Brianza! C'è la mancia qua!
Bri, dammi scatolone. Suonava bene anche quello. Il filo è contento lo stesso. Ti ha lasciato la mancia. Hai visto? 5 euro. Qua, vieni. Ti ha lasciato la mancia. Chi è che è corrotto che è dovuto dargli il resto?
Già lei deve prendere un po' di gomma per
Le tecnologia
come struttura, una struttura di minimo
Massimo!
prendilo fino alla fine.
Esatto.
Tra baghi e
poi tante cose
No, cazzo, dai, guarda. Ti faccio partire il TikTok,
Quella è la panciata da piretta.
elettrico, quella che fa male lui va.
ok? Massimo! Adesso! Massimo su! Maglietto c'è, cartello c'è! Ci siamo! Vai! Sì, un po' scurino.
Perché stai in faccia al sole.
Alza un po', no?
Hai vinto, eh?
Sì, non c'è! Ce ne siamo accorti, Unica!
Sta calmo.
Abbiamo realizzato.
Ok, grazie!
Casa.
Ma sì.
Che trino!
Fatti.
Dai, sì, dai,
Tutti su!
Sandro, di qua.
Oh, Giulio, non spingete. È un filo dei piedi. Cazzo, c'è o passa? In macchina c'è una. Sì, però dopo
Dove devi alzare? Che faccio vedere? 1, 2, 3. Bene.
2 dai, va là.
Non vuole fare belle cariche.
William, ciao.
Ciao Luis, see you next time. He's always in with the usual.
A voi, te la finiscono la vita.
Poi vuoi anche qua, dai.
E di scatolone.
Comunque, ragazzi.
Lo famo, segna bene lui. E non è. È difficile.
Beh, Alzini è un po' particolare.
La scuola Genius è servita anticonsumo. Lì ne abbiamo provate già. Guarda, io ti dico la verità, io pensavo che... Allora, ha vinto quello che voleva anche lui.
Meglio fare perché rimane senza.
Non è vero?
Adesso dormi alla pentolata oltre la cena. E fa il braccino corto. Porco Dio, mi tocca andare su senza cena. C'è nessuno che offre.
L'altro va che è cambiato il nome ieri. Infatti ho visto ieri. L'ho visto adesso. Adesso almeno
mentre lui ha fatto il colore della fila. La Twingo sarà. Può fare un perché ma non c'è vestito scendini finalmente. No, non solo soldi. Perché magari volevo trovare
che sta passando anche di là.
Ciao ragazzi.
Ciao, buon rientro, ciao Freddy.
Ciao.
Sì, perché quello di Rauli gli fa, cazzo, puoi andare a guidare Rauli come questi qua. Mi estengo con quello che mi è costato, che gli ho dato l'amico stamattina, è meglio di no. No, ma come hai fatto, effetti? Come hai fatto lì? Non lo sai ancora. Il finale è quest'anno.
Però scusa, Vecchio una foto io e te, no?
Una foto io e te. No. Qua che aspettavo.
Il solito associato.
Oh, adesso che amici, finalmente fanno un sego. Lavorare attacca la macchina, basta.
We have, first I go 12, 13 hours to most of Germany, and then 5-6 hours on the next day to the ferry, then to Norway, and then 3 hours. Takes hell of a life, hell of time to get there. But now I go to the airport, put Morris on the plane, go home. I will find me a nice Italian hotel with swimming pool, airco bar, and I will sit there for 1 week.
Almeno fai prima che si faccia la benzina.
A passeggio!
Così rimane senza benzina, ma al contropiano che c'hai il centro elevato e stavolta rimani senza benzina andare piano. Grazie Vale. Grazie. Sì, sì. Ma dopo 5 giri qua levavo gas, uscivo, andavo tutto gas, sono da un quarto a mezzo a fine di gas. Salutami Leclerc.
Ma ce lo fanno vincere sto ragazzo? Ne manco uno. No, perché qui...
Siamo lì.
Vero? Ci gas.
Senti, io voto per te ora.
Sì, sì. Ci vuole qualcuno che prenda a mano la situazione.
Speriamo, dai.
Ci vediamo?
Ciao, buone cose. Andrà meglio la prossima, va.
Vediamo, è sempre peggiorare. Te lo puoi
När man känner last och då är det piller hela tiden. Samma skylten hela tiden. Lite boy.
Det är ju inte lätt sen väl success.
Bueno, gracias amigo.
Quina calor fa, tio.
Bueno,
costa mal.
Aquestes
fotos d'aquí uns anys diràs, oita.
Que sí,
això s'ha de mirar. En aquests moments toca collons.
Què passa?
Ja puta.
With the car.
Joder.
The last one.
Això passa per voler gamarús, que ets un gamarús. Vull que no vingui a córrer més. Quants anys fa que dius que es plega aquí? Com fa quants?
Okay, I can put it there. Ian, can I make a picture of you? Clearing.
When you give me your
Police asked
the parts for my car I'm waiting for all week.
You are lucky that you get it in 1 week.
Tomorrow.
What you want? I leave about...
Thank you very much. Just message me. You know where I am? Can't get here. Unless I walk again. We walked this morning, 4K.
Yeah. You can walk to Hotel Alexander and I can pick you up.
In Italy, okay?
You go in there and I will
Sure.
Okay.
Super sure. I can accept it.
Juniper, bye. Végre meleg van. Jó, hát... You're taking shower.
Har du talat mig? I wasn't in the final, that's all.
You are still European champion.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. He's more disappointed than me that I didn't make it.
If he gets silver, he wants gold. If he gets gold, he wants diamond. It's not possible. It's fire. You're on the place. You can go there. Never speed at all. It's a final.
C'est bien les présentants pour mettre le
No, you don't say food. Happy? Yeah, I'm happy. See you in a few weeks. Almost always. Of course we are fantastic.
He took so many pictures, it's hard to read.
No, not really. That's the picture he's going to make. Will you take any picture when you get Bye. Okay, Laszlo! Gloomy, bocca, no trouble. Can you now do that what you wanted to do? What? Can you now do that? No problem. Is it 1.5 or? Yeah. Yeah. It's big. So it's a French. And then the other thing, the next thing. Bye. One of them for the... Okay. See you next time, wherever it is. Yes.